Philip sir, our Vice Chancellor, today's chief guest is there. चौधरी सर, वो फिलिप सर है, ये फिलीपाइन से, he is there.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon here in India, in Philippines. So
Oh, thank you.
it's morning there in India. Yeah.
Our principal, Dr. D.P. Singh, also has joined, sir.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Now it's live in YouTube.
Yeah, it's live, na? That's right. The streaming is also being carried out in YouTube also.
Oh, that's nice.
Good morning, Srivastava sir. Chairman of Institution of Engineers, Nagpur Local Center is there.
Yeah, good morning, Walton sir, and good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Srivastava sir.
Good morning.
So the traditional response is you start with the whole training and setting the expectation. Now, there's
Eldo sir is there. Srivastava sir, Chairman of Institution of Engineers, Nagpur Local Center is there.
Yeah, good morning, Walton sir, and good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Srivastava sir.
Good morning.
Eldo sir, your audio is muted. Head of the department
good
of
morning,
IIT
good
Bombay.
morning. Good
Yeah.
morning, good morning.
Thank you,
everybody.
Bharat.
Morning, everybody.
Dhananjay, screenshot घेऊन घेशील. Shall we begin with?
well, I think you back at the same.
चौधरी सर, शुरू करें सर. मैडम, रणधीर मैडम, बदल सर शुरू करते हैं.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir, we'll begin now.
Yeah.
Very good morning to one and all present here. I, Pallavi Gandhi, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, K.D.K.College, would like to welcome you all in the inaugural function of today's online international conference on advancement and innovation in civil engineering. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special guest on the stage. The golden opportunity to complete what we are intended to complete. It's a glad welcome we bring to you this morning, filled with the desire to share and technological know-how we all share. It's my pleasure to walk you through the 3 days online international conference, ICAIC 2021. The conference meeting has been held at the College of Engineering, Nagpur, along with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, Chennai, American Society of Civil Engineers, India Section, Western Region, Indian Society for Technical Education, New Delhi, Institution of Engineers, India, Nagpur Local Center, Indian Concrete Institute, Nagpur Chapter, and Indian Waterworks Association, Nagpur. Just a minute, there is some interruption.
पाएगा भारती भारती
आतून नाही बघितला ना.
साटो ने ये अनम्यूट कर दो कुछ जो इम्पोर्टेंट है उनको. Please disable the annotation.
Sir, am I audible now?
कहाँ पर?
Pradeep, sir?
Yeah. You are audible.
So let us begin. So we have listed more than 150 papers with participants of more than 400 representing senior institutions of India. We will be glad to listen to more addresses from eminent scholars from across the world. Due to some urgency, Yadendra Muller could not join. Still, we welcome him to India. He may join later on. Today, in the inaugural function, I graciously welcome K.D.K. Dr. Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, RTN Nagpur University, Guest of Honor, Dr. K.D.K. Professor and Head of Department, IT, Bombay, and Dr. K.D.K. Professor, College of Engineering, Nagpur. They extend delightful and the most hospitable welcome to eminent speakers, principals, professors of colleges, chairs and co-chairs of sessions, participants, faculty, students, and invitees from all over India and even abroad in this 3 days. Life symbolize electric overcast. It is a very universal symbol of knowledge and understanding. To mark the beginning of the event, we will have a traditional light dancing by the dignitaries of I request all dignitaries to do the honor. I request Dr. Chaudhary and all respected guests, Principal Dr. K.D.K., Vice Principal and Conference Chair Dr. Edward, Convener Dr. V.K., Conference Co-Chair Dr. R.H. Srivastava, Engineer A. Sarwar, Engineer N. Sabare, and Engineer Susan Sakari to kindly touch this screen for the virtual practicing of the event.
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणि विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा.
Thank you, sir. Now I take this time for the floral welcome of our honorable guest. We are pleased to welcome Chief Guest of today's function, distinguished administrator Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, RTN Nagpur University, by presenting a virtual floral. Thank you. We welcome guest of honor for today's function, eminent personality Dr. Philip Ermita, Professor Philippines, by presenting a virtual floral. present the guest of honor of today's function, committed researcher and intellect in the field of civil engineering, Dr. K.D.K.College by presenting a virtual floor. Let's begin the program with certain present ceremony. Let's mark the official opening of the online conference by the hands of K.D.K. of today's function. I request Dr. S.R. Chaudhary to kindly set the screen for formal inauguration of the function. Thank you. Welcoming others to join this celebration is a part of our culture. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. D.P. Singh, patron and principal K.D.K. to deliver their remarks. Over to you.
Thank you, madam. Great good morning to all. I feel proud and delighted to welcome on the occasion of inauguration function of International Conference on Advancement and Innovations in Civil Engineering, ICAIC 2021. Distinguished dignitaries, Chief Guest of the today's function, Honorable S.R. Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur, President of the function, Honorable Rajan G. Mulak, Ex-Minister, Government of Maharashtra and Secretary of the Society. Guest of honors, Dr. T.I. Eldu, Professor and Head, Civil, IIT Bombay, and Dr. Philip Ermita, Professor, College of Engineering, Laguna, Philippines. Conference Chair, Dr. Avinash Badar, Conference Co-Chair, Engineer R.B. Satpathy, CEO, IFERP, Ravindra Ringsia, President of ASC, Dr. R.L. Srivastava, Chairman of Institute of Engineer, Nagpur Local Center, Engineer Arun Uttarwar, Chairman of ICI, Nagpur Local Center, and Engineer N.M. Bangare, Chairman, IVA, Nagpur Local Center, Dr. Walson Varghese, Convener and Head of Department, Dr. N.R. Damge, Technical Head, Organizing Secretary, Engineer Umre, Engineer Satone, and Mrs. Pallavi Randive. Invitees, principals, faculties, participants, students, and ladies and gentlemen. Department of Civil Engineer of K.D.K. College of Engineering, NBA and NAC accredited program, spearhead in the academic enhancement programs. It is my immense pleasure to mention that K.D.K. College of Engineering and Institute of Engineering Research and Publications are jointly organized 3-day online international conference on advancement and innovations in civil engineering in associations with American Society of Civil Engineering, Indian Sections Western Region, Indian Society for Technical Education, New Delhi, and Institution of Engineer, India. I take this opportunity to welcome you all once again and cherish the sweet memories of the knowledge acquired during this lockdown situation. Last but not least, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to entire organizing team of ICAIC 2021 for making untiring effort in organizing the conference. I am very much confident with active participations of the faculties, technical experts, and technocrats. The result of the conference will be very fruitful. At the end, I express my best luck to all participants and wish grand success of the program. Thanks for patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request convener of conference, Dr. Walson Varghese, to brief us about the conference.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries present in this inaugural function of 3 days International Conference on Advancements and Innovations in Civil Engineering, ICAIC 2021. On behalf of K.D.K. College of Engineering, as we open this conference, It gives us a great pleasure to welcome all of you, distinguished guests for today's inaugural function of ICAIC 2021. Chief guest, Dr. S.R. Chowdhury, Vice Chancellor, RTM Nagpur University. Guest of honors, Dr. T.I. Eldo, Head of the Department, Civil Engineering Department, IIT Bombay. Dr. Philip Ermita, Professor and Dean, College of Engineering, Laguna, Philippines. Our co-hosts, Dr. Rudra Satpathy, CEO, IFERP, Engineer Ravindra Ringshia, President, ASC, Indian Section, Western Region, Chairman of Institution of Engineers, Nagpur Local Center, Dr. R.L. Srivastav, Chairman of ICI Nagpur Center, Engineer Arun Uttarwar, Chairman of IWWA, Engineer N.M. Bangare, Chair and Co-Chair of each parallel sessions, principals of various colleges, Head of the departments, faculties, distinguished participants, students. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude and warm welcome to our K.D.K. College management, our host associates, all keynote speakers. The service to the society through quality technical education is the vision which is aspired through all-round development and growth of students and faculty. Holding this conference is also an achievement within itself. This conference serves as platform for sharing research, developing contacts and collaborations and opportunities within the field of civil engineering, and it will serve to increase the knowledge of the subject and to open the minds of researcher towards achievement and innovations. 6 keynote addresses by Dr. T.I. Eldo, Head of the Department, IIT Bombay, Dr. Philip Ermita from Philippines, Dr. Carlos Moreira from Mexico, Dr. Mehdi Obed Karkush from University of Baghdad, Iraq, Dr. Ken Gunalan, immediate past president, ASC, USA, Dr. Ronald Orale from Samar State University, Philippines, and Dr. Muhammad Alias Yusuf from National Defense University of Malaysia as the chief guest of the valedictory function. 6 paper presentation session will see approximately 150 paper presentations. Chairing the sessions are Dr. Putul Haldar from IIT Roper, Dr. Indubhushan Patnaikuni from RMIT Australia. He is there in the meeting right now. Dr. Lakshmikant Yadu from NIT Raipur, Dr. U.J. Kahlekar, Professor from Government College of Engineering, Aurangabad, Dr. Kiran Tajane from Government College of Engineering, Nagpur, Dr. Kalyan Rama, Professor, BBIT, Hyderabad, Dr. A.I. Datrak from Government College of Engineering, Amravati, Dr. M.S. Kadu from Ramdev Baba College of Engineering, Nagpur, Dr. Virendra Dehadra, Structural Engineer from Nagpur. We greatly acknowledge their consent. The participants are represented from 46 institutions and even from Bhutan and Indonesia. With a large number of participants, we are sure that this conference will be a memorable, highly educational, and not to be missed event. This pandemic has not deterred each one of us eluding from knowledge gaining. On the contrary, explored a potential way of communication through digitalization. I wish everyone for achieving grand success with the challenges and opportunities posed due to post-COVID scenario. We truly value your participation and support for this conference. Thank you so much for coming and for your kind attention and participation. Do good, good will come to you. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sir,
May I request conference co-chair, vice principal, KDKC, Dr. A.M. Badr to address the gathering.
Good morning. All distinguished dignitaries present in this inaugural function of 3-day international conference on advancement and innovations in civil engineering, ICAIC 2021. A step towards exploring better avenues in view of global pandemic, to have academic values intact and highlighting quality assurance. The governance in the intellectual forum signifies the urge for learning. Respected and most precious guest for today's inaugural function, Honorable Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, Sir, Vice Chancellor, Rashtra Sant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University. Guest of honors, Dr. Eldo, Sir, Head Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Bombay. Dr. Philip Imita, Professor and Dean, College of Engineering, Laguna. Our co-host, Engineer Rudra Satpathy, CEO, IFERP. Chair
I request Badar sir to please continue. Sorry for the interruption. There is power cut here. I request Badar sir to please continue.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Continue.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please continue.
Acha. Respected and most precious guest for today's inaugural function of ICAIC 2021, Honorable Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, Sir, Vice Chancellor, Rashtra Sant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University. Guest of honors, Dr. T.I. Eldo, Sir, Head Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Bombay. Dr. Phillips Imita, Professor and Dean, College of Engineering, Laguna. Our co-host, Engineer Rudra Satpathy, CEO, IFERP, Chairman of Institute of Engineers, Nagpur Local Center, Dr. Srivastava, Sir, Chairman ICI Nagpur Center, Engineer Arun Uttarwar, Sir, Chairman of IWA Nagpur Center, Engineer N.M. Bangare, Sir, Chair and co-chair of each parallel session, Principal of various colleges, Head of Department, faculties, distinguished participants, and students. This day has been a memorable occasion for us, wherein plethora of intellectuals have consented and is being part of this conference. The K.D.K. College of Engineering has always been in forefront in conducting knowledge gaining and academic events. This has enabled us in getting NBA accreditation to our 5 EDU programs, besides NAC accreditation to the college. Earlier also, Civil Engineering Department has organized 3 international conferences and STTP and many events. This event has also got fantastic response with more than 400 participants and more than 150 papers, which will be presented in 6 parallel sessions. The advancement and innovation, keynote sharing by international reputed academicians will put values to the conference in terms of gaining and sharing knowledge. Once again, welcoming everyone in this digitalized platform of conference. Wish have a great deliberations. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite conference co-chair, Dr. Rakesh Srivastava, Chairman IEI, to enlighten us with his words of wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning, friends. Honorable Chief Guest of the morning, Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor of Nagpur University, Professor Philip Ermita from Philippines, and Professor T.I. Eldo, IIT Bombay, the guest of honors of this morning's function. President of this morning's function, Shri Rajendra J. Murak, who happens to be the secretary of the institution as well. Dr. D.P. Singh, principal and patron. Dr. Avinash Bada, vice principal and conference chair. Dr. Walson Vargas, head of the department and convener of this conference. The entire K.D.K. team, other organizing members from various 5-6 organizations that we have come up to co-host this very prestigious event hosted by K.D.K. College of Engineering on advancements and innovations in civil engineering. A very warm welcome to each one of you, all the heads of the departments, participants, and most importantly, young student friends. I hope this event would be literally a feast of learning for all of us, and it will give us a thought process which will take us to advancements of the society as a whole. Civil engineering has been one of the oldest professions, and during this pandemic, this institution, K.D.K. College of Engineering, and the other co-hosts have come up with this idea of trying to find out as to what's happening around the world as far as civil engineering is concerned. It's definitely a wonderful effort, and I'm sure the kind of response which it has generated, more than 400 participants, about 150 papers, a 3-day event. It's literally going to be a very true eye-opener, and for researchers as well as student friends, it's going to give them a lot of exposure and expertise. I hope each one of us will enjoy the deliberations in this conference and will be enriched through this. So wishing everybody once again wonderful times during this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We have made collection of technical papers received for the conference. It's time to release of conference proceedings. May I request Chief Guest Dr. S.R. Chaudhary to do the honor by touching on the screen. Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Professor V.D. Vaidya to introduce Dr. S.R. Chaudhary to the gathering.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, one and all. It's my pleasure to introduce today's chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. S.R. Chaudhary. He has done PhD from RTMNU Nagpur and has 32 years of teaching experience and guided 4 PhD students till date. He has 1 patent to his credit. He has undertaken 2 research projects under him, in which one was funded by the university. He was the principal of 3 different engineering colleges since 2007 till 2020, before taking a charge of Vice Chancellor of RTMNU Nagpur. He has professional membership includes ISTM New Delhi, Institution of Engineers, and SMC. He was the secretary of IFP Maharashtra and Goa section. He has remarkable university representation like academic counseling member of Nagpur University and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technology University of Maharashtra State. Academic counseling member of expert in research recognition committee in RTMNU Nagpur University and
Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technology University. Member of Board of Research in RTMU Nagpur University, Nagpur. Member of Board of Examination for Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technology University. Member of Board of Studies in RTMU Nagpur University, Nagpur. Ex Board of Study member during 2006 and till 2010. Ex-member of Board of Examination at RTMU Nagpur University, member of Board of Studies RTMU Nagpur University, member of faculty RTMU Nagpur University. He is also the member of draft committee of RTMU Nagpur University, co-officer for the university exam. He is also a recognized guide for ME by research and recognized guide for the PhD. He is also the chairman of curriculum development for civil engineering for the RTMU Nagpur University, Nagpur. He is also the chairman of curriculum development for general civil engineering groups of RTMU during 2013 to 2014. He has published more than 20 research papers in national, international conferences and journals. Once again, I welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Dr. S.R. Chaudhary to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Learned guest, professors, ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest of today's function, guest of honor of today's function, Dr. Phillips Armita, Dr. T.I. Eldo, organizing committee, and all participants and dignitaries. Very good morning to all. The title Advancement and Innovation in Civil Engineering, and it is the conference, international conference. I would definitely put my remark here that on civil engineering field, very rare conferences are being held in our area, in our region. But K.D.K. College of Engineering has taken initiation to organize the international conference on in the field of civil engineering. Definitely, it is known to all of us that over the years, the civil engineering profession involved in the development of the society has been reported to consume the natural and energy resources indiscriminately, thereby requiring an urgent introspection, aiming towards achieving sustainable development. Today, sustainable solution in civil engineering do not stop with alternative materials, but go beyond in terms of energy efficiency in building, efficient and eco-friendly transportation system, efficient water resource management, cleaner environment process, sustainable geosystems to name sustainable geosystems. These are few names. So in light of such progress in achieving sustainable development, a platform is needed for all stakeholders concerned to present, discuss, cooperate, redefine, and innovate sustainable solution for the continuance of the human civilization to higher level of sophistication and technological advancement. There are so many innovations going on or in existence also. And no doubt it is very much difficult to replace the concrete or cement in the civil engineering field. But apart from that, there are so many dimensions where the civil engineers has to work upon. And those must be through innovations and advancement. The problem which we are facing always is the cracks in concrete, and innovations are required there to have the self-healing concrete. we must try to get such type of concrete where the cracked concrete may get healed by itself. There is a need of thermal bridging also. You know that the heat transfer from one end to another, from outer surface to inner surface. So that's why the thermal bridging process is always required, and civil engineer has to think on this and must discuss on this issue also. The civil engineer must also think about the tapping of natural energy resources. Similarly, photovoltaic glaze must be adopted so that the outer cover of the building must be utilized for the generation of electricity. And in that direction, one must think to develop such type of material as well as system and technology so that the building can have its own power generation system, at least up to some extent, not 100%. Another field which we must think about, that is the modular construction, and which is really important because nowadays the labor shortage is now the greater problem. We are facing the crunch of labors, and that's why the construction industry is going slow. The most important part is that for the low cost housing, not only low cost housing, in abroad, this modular construction industry has grown up at large, and the multi-storied buildings are being constructed. So in modular type construction, the building elements are cast at site with quality control and with the all standard code, so that the product will be with under control and with quality assurance, and it will be transported. Those building elements may be transported from the casting site to the construction site, and it can be used as the part of the buildings, and the building may be ready within very short time. That is also one of the area where the civil engineers are required to enter and to go in detail, because in modular type of construction, the joints and the attachments are most important, where the research and a lot of work are to be expected, and we must think about that domain also. Another part where we civil engineer has to think about the advanced building material. So whatever building materials we have invented, we have designed, those are for the cosmetic materials, or the material which are used for the outer or that we may say the partition wall, or keeping the building on good aesthetic condition. But from structural point of view, the materials are not yet so much designed, but the advanced building materials are also required either for structural and non-structural building parts. So that is also one of the major domain where civil engineer has to think about. Now, the greater problem which we are facing in this is that the buildings are standing with the environmental pollution, and because of that, the effect of carbonation on cement is continuing. But no work has been done to remove the carbonation depth of the building cover. So if we civil engineer try to minimize this carbonation depth and find out the solution, then it will solve major problem, because the depth of carbonation, if it increases, then the corrosion of reinforcement starts. So that is the one part where the research is really required, and new material to remove the carbonation depth, to minimize the carbonation depth. That is one part of the solution, one part of the civil engineering where the deep research is required. Another thing is we are living in the radiation, and that means crowd of radiations. So can we have such place where no radiation should be there so that our body will be safer? So for that also we need a material which prohibit the entry of radiations, that is this electromagnetic radiation or whatever radio frequencies, all that, because we are living in this area where we are living in the world where a lot of mobile towers and everything are present, and there's a lot of radiations are being absorbed by our body. But at least for a few hours, if we can stay without any radiation in the building, then we must have the shielding material for the building. So these are many domains where the civil engineers must think about. So that this conference is the better platform to think about and to think on such the type of topic. Maybe more number of papers may have been presented or maybe presented on these issues, but in future all participants must think on this few areas which I have mentioned here. I hope this conference would be helpful for the participants, teachers, and everyone. And I must congratulate the organization team and K.D.K. College of Engineering that they have hosted this program. And I wish them better success in this. And RTMNU will really cooperate for any type of help they needed. And with this, I must conclude. Thank you very much for calling me as a chief guest of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are extremely privileged to have Dr. Philip Ermita, Professor, College of Engineering, Laguna, Philippines, as a guest of honor. Sir is having vast industrial and teaching experience. He is associated with various professional bodies and organizations and attended more than 100 conferences, seminars, and trainings across the world. We welcome you, sir. I request sir to speak on this occasion. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, for this. And here in the Philippines, it's actually afternoon. So, nevertheless, with the organizers of this conference, with the vice chancellor, and with the organizing team, with the conference chair. Thank you very much. It's a great privilege that I am invited here in this momentous online conference, and it also a great opportunity for me that I'll be sharing my talk later in behalf of considering with the distance in India and the Philippines. And I do believe that this conference can make a big difference to all of us, specifically in this difficult times, in this pandemic. Yet we are all here gathered to make things, to continue things as we address the needs of civil engineering profession in our community and into the world. So let's enjoy this days of the conference, and I know each and everyone can make a difference for the success of this. Thank you very much, and God bless everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. It is indeed a privilege to have renowned personality, Dr. T.I. Eldo, Professor and Head Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Bombay, as a guest of honor. Dr. Eldo is recipient of various prestigious awards received around the globe. He has 3 patents under his name and has published over 400 research papers. Also contributed 12 book chapters in various books. We welcome you, sir. Just after this inauguration, we'll be listening to Dr. T.I. Eldo as a keynote address. I request now all the guest participants to on their videos so as to capture this beautiful moment. I request all the organizing team members also to on their videos. Thanks to all. The essence of all beautiful great art is gratitude. Handing over the mic to Professor S.R. Satone to propose formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. My pleasant task to propose a formal vote of thanks. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, sir, Dr. T.I. Eldo, Dr. Philip Irmita, Dr. D.P. Singh, Principal of the College, Dr. A.M. Badar, Vice Principal and Conference Chair, Dr. Walson Varghese, Head of the Department and Convener of International Conference, our most valued invited guests, heads of various institutions, faculty members, researcher, and dear students. A very good morning. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, Swapnil Satone, on behalf of organizing team of AICE 2021, extend a very heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Secretary, Shri Rajendraji Mulak, ex-Minister of Government of Maharashtra, for his continuous support and guidance for organization of this conference. Sir, your dynamic leadership always motivates us. I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rashtrasant Tukadoji Maharaj Nagpur University, Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, sir, for gracing today's inaugural function of 3 days international conference and delivering the inaugural address. Thank you for your very interesting and thought-provoking address. I am sure that all the participants have taken a note of your suggestion. I extend my warm regards to guest of honor of inaugural function, Dr. Philip Irmita, Professor, College of Engineering, Lugana, Philippines, and Dr. T.I. Eldo, Professor, IIT Bombay, for sparing their valuable time. And they are the keynote speaker for today. Thank you, sir. I would like to put on record deep sense of gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker, Carlos Vela from Mexico, Dr. Mahid Karkus from Baghdad, Iraq, Dr. K.N. Gulalam, President of ASC USA, Dr. Ronald Orel from Philippines, for accepting our invitation and for the part of this conference. We believe that the research knowledge and case study you would be sharing will help us immensely in the development of various arenas in civil engineering. We are truly humbled by your gracious presence. Your presence has added majestic aura to the conference. My best regard to principal, heads, faculty member of various institutions and administrative head of various government departments from Pan-India and even from abroad for their gracious presence. My sincere thanks to National and International Advisory Committee member for their suggestion and cooperation. A team leader is someone who creates an event. Team member essentially bring life to it. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all organizing team leaders and our associate partner from ASC, Engineer R. Ringshia, Engineer R. Sattapathy, CEO of IFERP, Dr. Ariel Srivastava, Chairman of Institution of Engineers India, Nagpur Local Center, Engineer Arun Uttarwar, Chairman of Indian Concrete Institute, Nagpur Center, Engineer N.M. Bangre, Chairman of Indian Waterworks Association, Nagpur Center. I would like to acknowledge and congratulate all research scholar, author, co-author, delegate who turned up in such a large number from Pan-India and even from abroad for showcasing their work in the proceeding of international conference. Your enthusiastic efforts given us an opportunity to host the 3 days of conference. Thank you very much for your gracious participation and best wishes for your presentation. Heartfelt gratitude are due to all non-teaching and technical staff of K.D.K. and IFERP, print and electronic media for giving wide coverage. Special thanks to the Master of Ceremony, Professor Pallavi Randive, for fantastic conduction of inaugural function. Be safe and take care during the pandemic. Thank you to all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. These are the various keynote speakers during the 3 days of conference, which we are going to listen for next 2 days and today also. It's time for national anthem. I request you all to stand up in honor of our national song.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thanks to all. So here we conclude with inaugural function of the conference ICAIC 2021. After the break of 15 minutes, I request you all to join at 12 sharp using the same link to listen to our esteemed keynote speakers, Dr. Tia Eldo and later on Dr. Philip Ermita, with some more innovative ideas to nourish your mind and fill you with more knowledge. So please be on time. Till then, thank you.
Our two sessions would have, parallel sessions would have the same link, and that will be a breakout rooms. And there will be a message flashing on your device to join their respective sessions. Please join on that respective sessions to have the parallel sessions being attended at in that session. In the session number 1, we would have a chair, Dr. Putul Haldar from IIT Ropar and Dr. A.M. Badar as a co-chair in that session number 1. And in the session number 2, we have Dr. Indubhushan Patnaikuni from RMIT, Australia, and Dr. A. Dhatrak from Government College of Engineering, Amravati in the second session. There are approximately 17 presentations would be there, papers are there. And we expect that all papers would be presented. All the paper presenters are requested to kindly join the sessions, respective sessions. They have been given suggested about their session number, so they can join their sessions in the breakout rooms. That breakout room has been created. We will be sharply starting at 12, the first paper the keynote presentation. Avchatte YouTube teaser laun den.
Yes, sir.
We welcome you, sir. Once again, I welcome you, sir. Someone does not. Once again, I welcome you, sir. Thank you. एवढंच निघून जाशील मग मी म्हणेन सरांना ठीक आहे.
Having garnered such stellar statistics in their first two collaborations, IFERP and K.D.K. have proved that they're a match made in heaven. After having conducted the ICIRICE and ICAPE conferences in 2018, which were astronomical successes for the world of academia, IFERP and K.D.K. College have now come together again, not to replicate their earlier successes but to surpass them. International Conference on Advancements and Innovations in Civil Engineering, March 18th, 19th and 20th, 2021 is finally here. ICAICE 2021, a major milestone in civil engineering. The 2021 International Conference on Advancements and Innovations in Civil Engineering will raise the bar and pave the way for all future progress in the field. This monumental three-day event will set the world of civil engineering ablaze with world-class speakers. With its vision of serving society through quality technical education, the K.D.K. College of Engineering has mustered its rich history and experience in propelling innovation and research across all spheres of technology to organize this event. The numbers speak for themselves. With impressive stats, K.D.K.'s Department of Civil Engineering plays a major role in elevating the institution's excellent reputability. The conference is guaranteed to shake the very foundations of civil engineering over the course of 3 days, from the 18th to the 20th of March, 2021. This event would not be possible Having garnered such stellar statistics in their first two collaborations, IFERP and K.D.K. have proved that they're a match made in heaven. After having conducted the ICIRICE and ICAPE conferences in 2018, which were astronomical successes for the world of academia, IFERP and K.D.K. College have now come together again, not to replicate their earlier successes but to surpass them. International Conference on Advancements and Innovations in Civil Engineering, March 18th, 19th and 20th, 2021 is finally here. ICAICE 2021, a major milestone in civil engineering. The 2021 International Conference on Advancements and Innovations in Civil Engineering will raise the bar and pave the way for all future progress in the field. This monumental three-day event will set the world of civil engineering ablaze with world-class speakers. With its vision of serving society through quality technical education, the K.D.K. College of Engineering has mustered its rich history and experience in propelling innovation and research across all spheres of technology to organize this event. The numbers speak for themselves. With impressive stats, K.D.K.'s Department of Civil Engineering plays a major role in elevating the institution's excellent reputability. The conference is guaranteed to shake the very foundations of civil engineering over the course of 3 days, from the 18th to the 20th of March, 2021. This event would not be possible without the tireless efforts of our esteemed patrons, conference chair, conference co-chairs, and convener. A big thank you to all of them, the organizing committee, speakers, as well as participants, for coming together to make this a truly remarkable and memorable occasion.
K.D.K. group of institutions are student-centric. We want to inculcate vision and goals in them. We are not only interested in growing a technocrat with a sound technical knowledge, but equally want to grow a human person and a personality. This beautiful logo depicts the courses we impart. Like gear depicts mechanical engineering, the skyscraper civil engineering, transmission lines electrical engineering, circuit boards electronics engineering, and the mouse the computer technology and information technology. The logo depicts our vision, development of a technocrat accepted globally.
Our BCYC society started in 1974 in the leadership of late Honorable Shri Bhausaheb Mulak, ex-Minister of Maharashtra. We started our diploma engineering college in 1983. Then later on in 84 we started our K.D.K. College of Engineering. And since last 30 years we are into schools, then diploma level colleges, degree level colleges, medicine, engineering, MBA, PG programs and PhD.
We encourage a healthy atmosphere in the campus where the students grow not only in the classroom but outside it as well. All efforts are taken to ensure that the perfect engineers are engineered.
പറയുന്നുണ്ട്.
We have an exclusive girls engineering college, Srimati Rajeshri Mulak College of Engineering for Women. We also have a premier Ayurvedic institute called Bhausaheb Mulak Ayurvedic Mahavidyalaya and Nagpur Polytechnic, which was established in the year 1983, and Institute of Diploma in Pharmacy. To help the girl students stay comfortably in the campus, we have an exclusive girls hostel which is fully equipped, furnished, attached with mess and enough recreational facilities.
The Training and Placement Department of K.D.K. Engineering College has an excellent placement record, and we have placed our students in all the leading companies of the country like Infosys, Tech Mahindra, KPIT Cummins, Wipro, IBM, HCL, Godrej, Ultratech Cement and many more. We have been honored by the Air Vice Marshal apart from many other honors which we have received in the last 3 decades.
Studying in K.D.K. College is like an experience. The faculties in K.D.K. College are very knowledgeable, helpful and supportive at the same time.
The campus is very huge and we have freedom to express ourselves.
I feel the students who are going to take admission, those who are studying in our campus, they have an excellent future ahead.
ఏం కూర చేశారండి?
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, You can visit our website at www.
Today, the first keynote address by Dr. Tia Eldo, head of the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Bombay. We will be sharply starting at 12, another 2 minutes of time.
पिछले सिस्टम काम नहीं करत आहे हे बंद करू का लीव करू की Good afternoon to everyone. Once again, I, Pallavi Randive, warmly welcomes you all. Ouchat, sir.
1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute.
Yes, madam. Audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, once again, I welcome you all. Service to the society through quality technical education. Division of KDKC has aptly put through this conference AIC 2021. We would have six keynote addresses by various intellectuals which are being kept open for the fraternity and students through the registrations. We have received tremendous response for today's keynote addresses by Dr. Tia Eldo and Dr. Philip Ermita. To proceed, we'll have the first keynote address, a dedicated teacher and orator, person with intellectual charm around the globe. He is respected Dr. Tia Eldo, who has graciously consented to be the keynote speaker today. The title of address is Urban Food Management for Sustainable Development. I wish to extend a warm welcome to you, sir, by presenting a virtual floral bouquet. Thank you. I invite now Professor A.R. Nikhade to introduce Dr. Tia Eldo to the gathering.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all. It is indeed proud moment for us to have a globally acclaimed intellectual of civil engineering having vast teaching experience with us today as a keynote speaker. It is my pleasure and privilege to introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Tia Eldo sir. He did PhD from IIT Bombay in 1995. He has also awarded with postdoctoral degree from Germany in 1998. At present, he is a professor and head in civil engineering department at IIT Bombay. He has done more than 20 sponsors research projects in abroad and India. Dr. Eldo has published more than 400 publications in varied reputed conferences. He has patents under his name and published over 12 chapters in various reputed books. He has supervised 3 postdoctoral fellows. About 40 PhD scholars have completed their PhD under his guidance. Sir is associated with various associations like Institution of Engineers, Indian Society of Hydraulics, Indian Waterworks Association, National Academy of Science, India, Sir is a recipient of various prestigious awards around the globe. Few I am stating here that are Government of India Research Scholarship for PhD study, then German Research Fellowship for postdoctoral research, then Taiwan National Science Council Fellowship for postdoctoral research. Once again, I welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Sir, before starting with your keynote address, I want to announce one thing for the participants. So the feedback link will be shared in the chat box near the end of a keynote address. So filling of feedback link is compulsory for each one of the participant of keynote address only to get the certificate. After the keynote, question answer will be taken up to the chat box, which will be addressed by Dr. Tia Eldo. So may I request now you, sir, to take over for keynote address. Dr. Eldo, sir.
yes, sir. Okay, so now the screen is visible, am I right?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Okay, so very good afternoon and welcome to this presentation. I am very happy to see that K.D.K. College of Engineering is organizing this international conference on advancements and innovations in civil engineering during this pandemic time. Actually, Professor Watson George invited me for this in the last year, and we all thought that we will be able to come to your college and then have a good time and then have a big function there. But unfortunately, the situation has now changed, and now we are all online modes, and I can see that around 300 participants are participating in this conference, and this is a big achievement by the K.D.K. College of Engineering in organizing this event, international conference on advancements and innovations in civil engineering. As all of you know that we need, so actually in civil engineering actually is the mother of all engineering. You see that whatever you have started, say the century old involving construction of buildings or roads or the dams, everything it is there, even say maybe centuries old. And that way we can say that civil engineering is the mother of all engineering. And when we look into these, actually, you see that though the traditional way of doing the civil engineering has been, we are continuing for a long time, and not much changes have been taken place in the last few decades. So that is one important thing which we need to note that. So all building civil engineers, all other professionals, we need to do a lot of innovations. We need to further advance our techniques. Further, we have to look to the way how we can make the civil engineering a better profession, and also how we can do the things in a much better way. So that is what is we need to look into. So in this context, this conference title like Advancements and Innovation Civil Engineering is very apt, and I am sure that so many aspects will be covered here. You can see that in a country like India or many of the developing world, we need massive housing schemes. As all of you can see that the government of India started massive housing schemes. Though we have done a lot of say infrastructural road developments and all those things are happening in a very fast pace, but the housing sector is concerned, we need a lot of innovations, and then we should be able to construct a house not in a few months of time, but maybe few weeks of time. So that is what is the innovation which we need to look into. And then of course, though I am not working in the area of construction management, but as heading the department, and then also a lot of experience in this field, my topic is on hydraulics, which I am going to discuss with you various aspects in the coming 1 hour. So of course, you see that we do a lot of developmental activities, and then without looking to the nature. So that is what is my topic today, what we are going to discuss. So the urban flood management for sustainable development in civil engineering. So you can see that some of the photographs you can see here, even though you develop very great airport, this is Cochin airport in Kerala, and this is near Cochin city. So you can see that even if whatever development we do, a natural hazard like a severe flood, what has happened in 2018, then what is the situation? So then we need to, so whatever the innovations we are doing, whatever the advancement we are doing, whatever we are doing in civil engineering, we need to plan it properly, and we need to see that the way which we are developing is able to manage all these kinds of natural hazards, like it can be floods, it can be landslides, it can be even earthquake. So that is what we need to look into, and all our technologies should be in such a way that we need to manage the structure, the whatever we are making, whatever the cities we are making, whatever the building we are making, whatever the planning we are doing, that is all resistant to that, and then we can the humanity can survive all these kinds of hazards, including cyclones, flooding, earthquake, or landslides. So that is what is very, very important. So that aspect is very important while we do innovations or advancement in civil engineering. So with this brief note, I am happy to give this lecture in this conference, and I am very happy to thank you, Professor Watson Varghese, for inviting me to this event, and I am also thankful to the management and all the organizers. So now, as I already mentioned, I hope I am audible and everything is fine. Am I right, Professor Watson?
Yes, sir. You are.
Okay. So now we are going to discuss the urban flood management. So as I mentioned, flooding is a major problem. And that happens every year. So what we can do, how we can prepare, and what kind of advancements are possible in this area. So that is what we are going to discuss. So some of the important topics what we are going to discuss in this lecture is like urban flood problems. Then of course everybody is talking about climate change, whether any impacts is there with respect to climate change. And then how we can, when we manage the urban floods, like especially in cities, what kind of issues are there? And then, of course, we engineers, we do a lot of modeling. So what kind of modeling can be done, and what are the challenges as far as these model developments are concerned? And I will show some of the flood model which we developed here. And then what kind of flood warning systems, like now we are in the era of 21st century, and now even this conference, the largest scale conference, we are conducting online. So what kind of web-based systems or through computer, what kind of warning system we can generate, and then how we can look into, and then this will be all demonstrated through some case studies. So that will be the topics which I will be covering here in this lecture. So coming back to the topic, so urbanization and its impacts. So you can see that for the last few decades, starting from 1950s onwards, large scale urbanization is happening throughout the world. So maybe in India, maybe 2 decades back, hardly 20% of urbanization has gone to 30 or 35% of total area of urbanized areas. And then of course, when we take it in a holistic way, urbanization has a lot of impacts. So that some of the impacts I listed here, like in terms of civil engineering, what can happen. So the urbanization means we make a larger number of buildings, then roads, and then so many other facilities. So that way, the earth, Mother Earth, is affected too much, and then soil impermanence and decreasing of concentration time, especially rainfall when it happens. The concentration time decrease, then increase of runoff. Then there is obviously what is happening, increase in flood frequency. So that is what we can observe throughout the world. So that is finally, so whatever you construct, whatever the way, the great things which you are doing, but if it is not done properly, if it is not planned properly, what can happen is loss of potential life, and then also a lot of properties and all the issues as discussed in this site can take place. So some of the things which within the perspective of flooding is like increased surface runoff, increased magnitude of peaks, decreased lag time, then increased rate of hydrograph and recession time, decreased mean residence. All those things can happen, and that way it is a very, very catastrophic kind of events as far as flooding is concerned. So in terms of scientific way, in civil engineering terms, when we say flooding and with respect to urbanization, what happens? So if you do not have that much urbanization, and if you are having say if you plot the time versus flow, the discharge versus flow, here you can see that this is just like a natural hydrograph what is there. But with respect to severe urbanization, so this hydrograph can become very peak, and then it is the time to peak will be reduced drastically. And then you can see that, so that way the flooding will be severe, and then there will be so many other issues. So how to deal with this, that is what we are going to discuss. So now, as I mentioned, urban flooding is one of the severe or the most dangerous or the biggest disaster what is happening every year throughout the world. So flooding are the most threatening and natural disaster. So flooding in urban areas are increasing. So you can see that flooding is can be with respect to only rainfall, or it can be also with respect to cyclones or hurricanes or all those what is happening throughout the world. So if you look into Indian situations, there are so many examples you can see starting from last 2 decades, starting from Hyderabad in 2000, then Ahmedabad in 2001, like that. Every year you can see that 1 or 2 major events, and the last one was 2018 in Kerala, and even 2019 some parts of Kerala were affected. And then what you can see that so those who have visited cities like Mumbai or even Nagpur, you can see that if a severe flooding happens in these kinds of cities, whatever situation, the situation is very, very dangerous. Whatever the development we have done, maybe for the past few decades, can be washed away with the severe flooding for a few weeks. So that is what has happened in, say, for example, 2005, July 26. So that is the situation what is shown here in this photo in 26 July 2005. So that kind of events means then whatever the development done, we need to rethink. We need to so do a lot of other kinds of planning. So that is very, very important, since the number of people died is more than 500, and then so many crores, thousands of crores of rupees lost in all this, and then almost 2 weeks Mumbai were in a closed position or stopped position. So that is what is the issue. So now you see that moreover further the coastal regions. So if you like cities like Mumbai, Chennai, or even Kochi, in all this area, you can see that it is this rainfall. The flooding is not only due to rainfall, but you can see that also these coastal cities are very much affected due to tides. And then with the climate change, and now everybody is projecting that there is sea level is rising, and then there will be a lot of this coastal flooding. Especially in cities region, are going to be a severe problem in the coming years. So that way, we have to look into the combined impact of heavy rainfall and high tides. So that is what we can observe. So that way, we need to look into what are the structural mitigation measures, what are possible as hydrologists, as civil engineers, what we can do. And now, if you look into some of the flood impacts and solutions. So you can see that, as I already mentioned, there are so even many photographs I have already shown. So many impacts are there. So the impacts can be the life. Many people may die, and then health-wise there can be some number of epidemics, and then a lot of damage to infrastructure and landslides, and then say severe economic loss like loss of life and damage to property. So that are the important impacts. And then as I already mentioned, in Mumbai flooding 2005, so almost 500 people died, and then 700 million rupees lost in MIDC itself. So that is the way it is happening. And Chennai flood in 2015, you see that it is almost, it is estimated that almost 7 to 10 billion US dollars were how much was the lost in 2015. So similarly, Kerala flood also, it is reported that now almost 30,000 crore rupees lost were there, and almost 300 people died in Kerala in 2018. So that way, the flooding is very, very the major disaster that is happening every year. It is coming. So that is where we need to be very, very sensitive on that, and then we need to do a lot of planning. And whenever we say that in civil engineering innovations, whatever way you construct, whatever way you plan, we need to look into all these aspects. It is not only in drainage, the way we construct, the way we innovate in civil engineering. So now, when we look into the what are the important factors, what is why this flooding is happening, it is mixed bag like heavy rainfall, inadequate drainage. You see that the way the cities like Mumbai or Chennai are developed, you can see that there is so much of gullies and so much of slums. So that way, it is a very, very difficult situation to have appropriate drainage systems and its maintenance, and then heavy tides, especially in the monsoon time. And then the many people, the another issue is that most of the if you look into the urban housing or urban way development, wherever a river is there, most of the construction is done in the floodplain. So that is a major problem. So that way, we need to, as urban planners, as civil engineers, we need to look into in a different way of design philosophy, and then what we can do. So that way, some of the important solutions like say what kind of practices, like management practices, like what kind of changes can be made in designs, then what kind of maintenance are possible, and then awareness to the people, that is also very important as far as the major flooding is concerned. And so that way, we engineers, we need to look into in a different model of flooding, and what way we can develop say disaster measures or mitigation measures. So we can go for flood hazard map, we can develop flood say inundation maps, and then using that we can go for vulnerability maps, and then also the risk map. So that is the way we can do hydrology, especially in the hydrology, we can develop up to this level, and we can say that okay, this much rainfall happens, this is what is going to happen. So that way there can be rethink as far as the planning and design is concerned. So that is the way we do in civil engineering, the modeling, scenarios development, options, assessments, and implementation. So that is what we need to look into. So as I already mentioned, so this flooding is a recurring phenomena every year. So you see that India is concerned, especially India is concerned, eastern coast, every year number of cyclones happens, and then western coast also nowadays affected. So that way, so this is where we need to take it very seriously. Any kind of development, any kind of designs, we need to develop in terms of sustainable development and management in civil engineering, and then we need to plan accordingly. So now another issue, as I already mentioned, is so the climate change and risk. So you can see that everybody is talking in terms of climate change, and climate change is we can feel that as it is happening. So what is climate change? So it is not normal weather what is happening every day. Whenever we take the whatever is happening last 2-3 decades, whether there is a systematic change is happening. So whenever we say that Bangalore is nowadays very hot, or Mumbai is very hot, or the rainfall is less, so for the coming few decades or few years, so that is what is called climate change. So its risk is very, very severe, especially urban planning and development is concerned. So climate change relates risk from extreme events such as heat waves, extreme precipitation, cyclones, and coastal flooding. So you can see that as far as say the IPCC, whatever they have developed a climate change risk index. So you can see that the urban flooding, all those things are concerned. You see that the most severely affected these countries are from Asia. First one is Philippines, then Cambodia, and then third comes India. So that is where we need to be extremely careful. We need to see what are the impacts of climate change and what are the impacts with respect to the ocean. I mean, the sea level rise, all these aspects we need to look into in a systematic way. So now, whenever we talk about the climate change, so you see that as I already mentioned, changes in global climate is a significant effect on regional and local hydrology, and there is altercations. I mean, lot of changes taking place in hydrology caused by the climate, the complex system. So here you see that the warming, so that is due to the greenhouse gas, all those things, the warming is happening to the weather, and this intensify the hydrological extremes. So that is one aspect is flooding, and other aspect is droughts. So now, and then also whenever the rain should come, say whenever we say that the monsoon season in India is concerned, we say in India monsoon starts from June 1st onwards, especially in southern Kerala, and then it is slowly progressing towards the north. But nowadays we can see that it is not happening on that exact date, but it is maybe 2 weeks shift, or some days even 3 weeks shift. So what will be the impact of that? It will be severely impacted, especially since a country like India where rainfed agriculture is there. So that way and then moreover, now number of studies have shown that though the total rainfall may increase, but whatever the increased rainfall means, it will be happening in few events. The number of total events will be decreased, and whatever is happening will be happening in few events, and that will lead to severe flooding. So that is what is going to happen. So that is the change in rainfall seasonality, and then intensity affects soil moisture runoff and groundwater reserves. All water system will be affected, and then of course the urban system will be affected, So that is why we need to, whatever you construct, whatever the in terms of structural or construction or all other areas, but these kinds of extremities happens means everything is we need to rethink and we need to innovate a lot how we can make it foolproof or whatever we can do that way. So then of course climate change and then human intervention. So as I already mentioned, a lot of urbanization is taking place. The change in land use cover pattern is very much happening. So the urbanization is increasing drastically. So earlier if it was 20% 2 decades back, it is now 30 or 35%. So that way we can see so rapid growth in urbanization, increase in impervious surfaces. So there is a need to distinguish the impacts of climate change from human interventions on the hydrology for meaningful adaptation and mitigation measures. So you can see that this is also again back to Kerala scene in 2018. So what is can happen, whatever the you make, whatever the urbanization, whatever the way you plan, there is no meaning. So if this kinds of situation takes place. So now coming back to urban flood management is concerned, what are the issues? So that is what we can I have listed here. So some of the important issues are with respect to hydrometeorology. So here you see that hydrometeorology is concerned the possible reason for unusual high extreme during monsoon. So that is what I already mentioned. Then its possible frequency and intensity, that is a severe intense rainfall takes place, whatever the situation. And then we need to have a very sophisticated forecasting skills, so that if we can say few days or few hours at least in advance, we can say that this kinds of severe intense rainfall is going to happen. So many mitigations or disaster measures can be easily implemented, and that will be very useful. And second aspect is immediate water management after forecast, like water management strategies taken for, say, especially say whenever we talk about reservoir release is concerned. So many cities are on the downstream sides of number of reservoirs. So that way, like Surat flood due to Utkal release. So that kind of things are we need to look into. Then we need to alert generation, and then many times we need to go for evacuation and other flood mitigation strategies. And then a third aspect is that urban flood modeling. So you can see that this urban, when we say that urbanization or urban system is concerned, it is so complex. So that way, the simulation or to model all those things are not so easy, since we need a lot of data. We need a very finer detailed elevation models, so that we can say that how the flooding can will be proceeding and how it will be receding. So adequacy of stormwater management network systems, role of urban land use, all those things are very important. And then fourth aspect is impacts, adaptation, vulnerability analysis. So you see that whenever we are developing a city or the existing cities, what kind of adaptation measures we can do, how we can analyze the vulnerability with respect to flood, and then understand the hazards. So these are all important aspects, so that we can have guidelines, and then we can have the systematic approach as far as the urban flood management is concerned. So that way, when we talk in terms of hydrology, when we talk in civil engineering, we always talk about a control volume or a system approach. So that is the best way for doing this kinds of model. So we talk in terms of watershed modeling. So you can see that if we can delineate a watershed, even an urban watershed like this, and if there's a drainage system, and then get all the details, and then the system modeling for flood management will be much easier. And then so you see that we need a number of tools. It is one is simulation tool. Then we need to have a number of data sets required, so that we can obtain through remote sensing and the GIS platform. And so these all we can combine together to have say flood hazard maps, flood vulnerability maps, and finally the risk maps. So that will be very useful for urban planning, and especially for civil engineering, structural designs and planning. When you are going to design an airport, when you are going to design a school or plan a school, or any kind of civil engineering systems, we can this kinds of risk map will be very useful. So now whenever we look into in terms of flood modeling, there is number of challenges are there. So some of the key challenges include the data. So as I mentioned, we need a lot of data, rainfall prediction. So if we can at least a few days or even few hours before, if we can predict the rainfall, that will be very good to run the model and then take the mitigation measures. And then what kind of things you see that most of the cities in the world are not developed with a proper planning. So that way the drainage system we need to understand, and we need to lot of the data are needed. And then, as I already mentioned, high resolution and digital elevation models are required to have these kinds of digital elevation models are required for the flood modeling. Then we need to also see the interaction between different processes, like if it is coastal region, what is the effect of tides. Then if there is a city just downstream of a reservoir, then what are the releases, what can happen from the reservoir. And then we need to study the impacts of urbanization. So then we need to also understand what is the present situation. So for that, we need to install sensors. So you see that this sensors installation and maintenance is a big challenge, especially in a country like India is concerned. So now, so you see that whenever you talk about these kinds of models, we need to have very sophisticated models like hydrologic models, all those things are needed. And then also flooding is concerned, you see that it is not for a number of days, but few hours the havoc can take place. So that way, we need to have a physically based distributed model and a time dependent model. So that is the major challenge. So these models are concerned, we can have physically based model is the best models as far as flood management is concerned, and then distributed models are required, and then also time dependent models are required. So the models can be hydrological model, so which we can see that especially this is called overland, this area, and then all those things will be coming to the river system or drainage system, and then we need to have a hydraulic model through which we need to route the flood and then understand how it is happening. So that is the way the hydraulic model, especially physical based models, are required. And that way, you see that whenever we look into these kinds of models, there is so in hydrology, last 1 century, number of models are available. It's like black box model, empirical model, conceptual model, physically distributed model, all those models, and including the stochastic or the probabilistic models are possible. And now, so these kinds of models, whenever we look into, so depending upon the problem, depending upon the case, we have to choose the best model. So number of models are available in literature like MIXE, SWOT, hydrological simulation model, topo model, then AGNPS model, then the web model. Like that, a number of models are available. So even to choose what kind of models, what is required for your studies, it is very important to study it properly and then choose the appropriate model. Some of the models are freely available, and some of the models are we need to purchase by paying. So that kind of issues are also there. So now, as I already mentioned, we need to deal, especially if you are doing the urban flood modeling for a city like Nagpur or Mumbai or wherever you are looking for. So then a huge set of data are required. So how the drainage system, how the deep elevation model, how the slope, all those things. So the credible tool is a remote sensing tool, and the image processing. So we can get these kinds of maps, and that you can be put it in a proper geographical information system, and that you can be put into a distributed model like MIXE or the HECRAS models, and then that can be used for these kinds of flood simulation models. So that is the way we do these kinds of modeling. And then you see that whenever we look into these kinds of model, so now as I mentioned, we in IIT Bombay, we have developed a few models for flood simulation. So I will just now discuss, being I understand that a number of students and faculty are participate in this conference. So for your understanding purpose, how to develop a model, development of a flood model for a smart city, so that I will just show how to do that. So here our input to such a model is obviously rainfall. So rainfall is concerned, as I mentioned, not daily basis, but at least hourly basis, rainfall variations are required. And then you see that, so if you consider an area like this, so let us assume that urban watershed. So here a number of pockets are there, and then there is drainage systems, and urbanization takes place. So you need to see that these are called overland. So this overland 1, overland 2, overland 3. So this overland model, we need to separately model it. And then if there is in cities, there can be lakes or detention ponds. So that also to be modeled. and this all data what is available through topo sheets, remote sensing data, all those things has to put through a GIS platform, and that will be the input to the model. So we will be having two kinds of model: hydrologic model, which is we do for overland flow. It can be physically based or lumped or a black box type model, and then we will be having a channel. So all this flow component will be coming to the river, which we consider, or the stream which we consider, and we need to route it. So that is where the channel flow module will be there. And then if your area is a coast region, then of course the river will be joining to the creek or the sea. So there we may need a tidal flow module also. And finally, your flood model is ready. And then if you know the rainfall, we can simulate. Or if you say if the IMD or any kind of agency forecast the rainfall, using that we can run the model. Or for especially for planning purposes concerned, and we can also develop IDF curve, intensity, duration, frequency curve for 100-year return period, 50-year return period, 25-year return period, and then we can make scenarios, especially for planning purpose. Urban planning is concerned. So, for example, if you are going to develop an airport, there we need to do for a 100-year return period. If you are going to develop a school or that kind of area, then at least 10 or 20 years of return period rainfall, we need to do the planning, especially drainage design, and all those things are required. And so that way a flood model can be developed. So this is the basic concept of a flood model, what we have already discussed earlier. So this is a detailed elevation model. So grids you can see. So this is so-called overland flow. This is overland flow, and then here this will be joining to the either man-made drainage or the natural drainage like a river. So that is what will be routed through this. And then if it is joining this drainage system, or the river is joining to the creek, then obviously here there will be a boundary condition what is coming from the tide. So that kind of conditions we need to simulate, and this model can be 1D. So if you can do it in a strict model like this, it can be 1D. So especially channel routing is or river routing is concerned, we do 1D modeling only. So even overland flow modeling also can be 1D, or it can be 2D model also. So 2D or 3D model, it is a very, very difficult process for these kinds of systems. So generally in hydrology we go for 1D or 2D 1D kinds of models. So now you see that as I mentioned, for flooding is concerned, it is happening in few hours time, and we need to see that how the spreading is taking place, and with respect to minute-wise variation, we need to see how the flood level is increasing or decreasing. So that way, as I already mentioned, we need to have a physically based model is always better. And for this physically based model, we will be solving the physically based system like consideration of mass and momentum equations. So you can see that here the continuity equation, which we call it the Saint-Venance equation, and there is a different forms are there who are in civil engineering, hydrology, you have studied. So there is a continuity equation here. Q is the flow rate, H is the depth of flow, and T is the time. X is this is a one-dimensional equation, and R is the rainfall condition, excess rainfall. And then this can be coupled with a dynamic waveform or diffusion waveform, more kinematic waveform, the momentum equation. So here we used a dynamic waveform, which is simply saying del H by del X. H is the depth of flow, X is the length direction, S0 is the bed slope, SF is the energy slope. So these both models can be combined to have a distributed model, especially 1D, and very similar way we can do for two-dimensional modeling. And now, so these kinds of models we'll be solving by using initial conditions, since time is also there, and boundary conditions. So this can be initial condition for overland flow can be dry bed over the domain, and then boundary condition can be when upstream flow is taking place, or downstream any conditions are there. So that will be the boundary condition. So being the partial differential equations, we need to solve this equation using the numerical techniques. Since directly for practical problems we cannot get an analytical solution, so we can solve using the finite difference method or finite tunnel method. So we used in our model a finite tunnel method, which those who want, you can refer to our papers, number of papers. If you search with my name, you can see number of papers which are published in international journals. So from there, we developed a finite tunnel based model, and this is finally the output will be in terms of the water depth. So directly we can get the water depth. Due to lack of time, I will not go how this model is developed. And then similarly, so now as I mentioned, if there is this is your the watershed or the urban watershed which we consider, and there is a drainage or river or channel. So here, whatever joining this, we need to route it. So routing is also channel flow. We do use the continuity equation, moment equation as given here. A is the area cross-section area of the channel. Q is the flow rate of flow, and the Q is small q means whatever is joining from adjacent the overland. So now using this equation, we developed another model for channel routing. So here also either you can use the full form of this equation, which is called dynamic waveform, or you can use the continuity equation with diffusion wave. So now many situations we can have a network of channels. So network of another channel is coming like this. So there are no change in storage at the junction. Sigma qk is equal to q0. So these kinds of conditions also you can incorporate in your model. And then so this diffusion waveform also we solved using finite tunnel method. Of course, as I mentioned, you can use finite difference method, finite tunnel method. Any of the numerical techniques can be used. And finally, this will be routed through the channel, so we can get the flood variation. So now boundary condition specific to, so you can see that semi-diurnal tidal condition we can put it, and then that can be what is the way the tide is varying. So like you see that tide is concerned to be varying like this. So this kinds of variation as a boundary condition. You see that if this is your watershed, and then if a stream is there and here stream, and then that variation can be put into the system. So now we need to understand how the flood is rising or flood is falling. So there a raster-based 2D flood model we have developed. So when water level in the channel exceeds the bank level, water seems to be in the main channel, and water speeds to the adjacent plain, and then similarly it can come back. So this is the concept. So you can see this is the channel. So both the ways it can go up both sides, and we use these kinds of the balancing equation from coming or from one grid cell to another grid cell. So that was the raster-based flood model was developed. So that way we developed the model. As I mentioned, this is the overall philosophy of the model is shown here in this flow chart, and that is the way this flood model was developed. So I'll show you some case studies, what we have done, realistic case studies, how to do this kinds of modeling. And then you see that, as I mentioned, we are calling on innovations and advancements. So now you see that if a model is developed, how it can be put into practice. Say, for example, when a city like Mumbai or a large city, say model is developed and that particular database is developed, and then it is put for the engineers to use it. So we can put it to a WebGIS technology. So we use this in our model also. So here, requirement of a model to readily usable by field engineers require no high-level expertise, and challenges in computer model for urban flood. It is a complex model. So that way, we developed a WebGIS-based platform. So you see that everything is put in a database, and then flood model is deployed, and then from different locations, engineers can access this model, and then they can run the model. And they say, for example, if a prediction takes place, this much rain is going to happen in this particular region, then they can immediately run the model and see which area will be affected, and then they can go for the appropriate disaster management measures. So here the model is concerned. The working principle is geospatial database preparation, development of flood model, which is already mentioned, and then it is both are connected through a WebGIS server, and then the WebGIS client is there, administrator is there, user one, where it will be available to different users, and everything will be put into a WebGIS server. So for WebGIS is concerned, either it can be through Arc-Info, it can be also we have got in IIT Bombay CSR developed say WebGIS server is there. Otherwise, you can also use open source like Graphs or that kind of system is also possible to develop such a system. So finally, it will be output to the client. So that is the working principle in such model. So as I mentioned, this paper which is published in Journal of Computer Science and Geoscience in 2014, full details of this model is available. So those who are interested, you can refer to this paper. So the study used an indigenously developed WebGIS server, the WebGram GIS, and then that is the design philosophy. It is called IFERP, Integrated Flood Assessment Model Tool for this particular model is concerned. So you can see that from different locations, the workspace, people can access this model and then run for this particular system. And this particular model, we put it in terms of a Google map. And so wherever you are developing, so that so all the details will be coming directly. So this is the various components. So you see that we generate a thematic map and then a land use land cover map, and then the input with this model is just rainfall and tidal variation for the given conditions, and then all the database available for that particular region. Then you can simply click the model, and then the model will run like this, and then the output will be in terms of the hydrograph and the lengthwise, say how the flood cover is rising, any location it is reaching the bank, so that you'll be getting. And finally, this kinds of flood map will be generated. So that is the most advantage. So this is, we can call it as flood hazard map. And using this flood hazard map, you can go for flood vulnerability and then a flood risk map. So that is the way this modeling is done. And you not only this model, you can use the even open source mode like HEC, HMS, HEC model also you can use for flood hazard map for any particular region. So now, so I will be just presenting a case study. So dealing with the floods. So obviously, you see that already many regions, so much development took place, we cannot go back. And so what is the best way is that to see that what we can do, what kind of flood pattern can take place, and how much flood depth is possible. All those way is the way we can put for flood management is concerned, especially in the context of urbanization and whenever we go for civil engineering planning and designs. So here, just I will show one case study using our model, how it is done. So the case study is a new Panvel catchment in near Mumbai called Navi Mumbai. So this area is about 8.27 square kilometer, and so this is so soil type is marshy built up, and hydraulic data, all those things. So we use the satellite imagery of 2005. So if you use better, say fine resolution model, that will be much better. So this is the area. So you see that it is highly urbanized area, and some hill regions is also here. So the elevation model shows 231 to minus 0.19 is the height variation, and this shows the built up area. So you can see that almost 70% is built up area in this particular urban watershed, and forest is hardly 10 to 15%. And then this there is a drainage system. You can see this is a drainage system which is joining the Thane Creek, and so I mean it is draining to the sea. So the sea means obviously we need to also put to the tidal boundary condition. So that way this model was developed. And then, as I already mentioned, there was a 26 July 2005, there was severe rainfall in this region, in Mumbai and Navi Mumbai region. So there we put that rainfall pattern into this model, and then we simulated. So this shows the rainfall pattern of about 770 millimeter for 24 hours, and that is you can see that what is the so-called the flood hydrograph you can see here. So now what I'm going to show is that using this model, this kinds of model, this is a particular model which we developed, but of course you can use open source model also for this kinds of purpose. So here the detention bond, all those things are incorporated in the model. And now we start the model set at the beginning of the rainfall, so 0 hours, then 2 hours, how the flooding is taking place, 4 hours, 6 hours, every hour. It is, I have plotted for every hour, but I have put only 2 hours, 4 hours like that. You can see that here there is a tide is rising, so the downstream side there is a flooding, and here there is a upstream side there is a flooding, and how much it can go to even up to 3 meter flooding, especially of course this is including the wet level of the river or the area. So that way we have done the flood hazard mapping we can directly get, and using this flood hazard map you can go for flood vulnerability and risk map. So that is what I'm going to last few minutes, which I'm going to discuss how to do this develop the flood hazard map. That is what we have already seen, the flood map, whatever for the given rainfall condition. When you develop a flood map, and if you know the flood depth variation, all those things, so that is so-called the flood hazard map. So using the computer model, so like the model which I have shown like IFERP, you can develop it, or you can use a HECRAS model, HECHMS model, or the SheetRAN model or a Mike-Shee model you can use for these kinds of to develop the flood hazard map. So now from the flood hazard map, especially at planning stage, so we need to see the flood vulnerability or planning or the overall when you are developing a system for the entire city to deal with the flooding. So the flood vulnerability is very important. So flood vulnerability means potential for loss. So it can be infrastructure vulnerability, it can be variety of vulnerabilities like with respect to hospital, with respect to school, with respect to airport, all those aspects we will be considering. So here we see that this is with respect to Vs minus V minimum by Vmax minus V minimum. So that is what is with respect to vulnerability. The vulnerability also depends on the coping ability of the affected, resistance and resilience. And now, once you define the vulnerability, flood risk we can calculate. So flood risk is given by vulnerability multiplied by the hazards. So flood risk is PEP, the probability of occurrence of a flood. V is the vulnerability to flood, and with respect to land or with respect to soil. So soil erosion or so what type of soil. So that kind of parameters also can be put it. A flood risk map can be generated. So how to generate a flood risk map? So that is this is anyway another model. So the same model also can be used, but how to develop a flood risk analysis or how to do a flood risk analysis in urban area. So that is shown here. So as I mentioned, so if you know the extreme rainfall condition, that directly you can use it, or based upon 100-year rainfall data, you can make the rainfall return. I mean the return based upon the return periods of 100-year, 150-year, 250-year, like that using the available data you can make, and then we can develop maps for flood hazard map correspondingly. So here you see that based upon that, if you do that, so our main purpose is flood risk analysis. So as I mentioned, there is a vulnerability and what is the respective impact on floods. So there can be vulnerability with respect to infrastructure, social vulnerability, like old people staying or wherever, various issues we need to consider. So here, if you consider, for example, infrastructure, the vulnerability can be with respect to road, railway, bridges, or critical facilities like school, colleges, hospitals, police station, fire brigade, airport, all those things will be coming. And then with respect to land use, whatever the whether agriculture or whether the more urbanized area, so with respect to that, we can study the impact. And now by combining all these using the equation which I have shown earlier, we can develop the flood risk map. So flood risk map shows whether how say if this type of rainfall, say for example, if 100 say mm per day or 50 mm per day happens, which area can be affected. So that way, when the urban development is concerned, we can plan and we can see that, especially if a river or a channel is there, drainage system is there, how it will be affecting the area, how much flooding is possible. So all those things are possible using these kinds of flood risk assessment or flood risk analysis. So finally, we will be getting a flood risk map, and using that, a management information system can be developed, and that will be useful for overall planning. And even say somebody is going to construct a building or a housing complex, so before purchasing a flat in that housing complex, we can, if we look into such a flood hazard map, this particular area is not going to affect even severe flooding condition, or it can affect. So that kind of information we can get it, and that will be very useful as far as the common public is also considered. So with like this, we developed a flood risk map. So this is done for a Mithi River basin in Mumbai, near to Mumbai airport. So you can see that this is the drainage pattern. A Mithi River is flowing, and that is going to the Arabian Sea. And then this is so using the here, of course, we could have used our own model, but here in this case, we used the HECHMS, HECRAS models to develop this flood hazard map. So this flood hazard map gives so for 100-year return period, if you consider. So especially airport is here, this region. So we can say that whether any risk of how risk is involved. So here you see that no flood hazard, very low flood hazard, very low, moderate, high, very high. So some of the regions are very high, like this you can see. Whenever we develop the model for 100-year return period. So the probability of the occurrence of the flooding is estimated by using raster calculator using tool from a spatial analysis of ArcGIS in this particular case, these maps would assist the appropriate planning development work and understanding the effects of urban growth is essential for planning and how we can manage these kinds of things. And then, as I already mentioned, different kinds of vulnerability maps are possible. So here you can see the vulnerability with respect to infrastructure, vulnerability with respect to the various social vulnerability here with respect to how the population is distributed, then infrastructure vulnerability. So like that, so the vulnerability map, all these various, I mean, we need a lot of data based upon that particular region, and by putting all this together, we can develop a final vulnerability map like this. And then these all we can club together to a risk map. So I mean, the hazard map and vulnerability map, as I mentioned, we can club together. And the final risk map is you can show here, we can see here. So this particular river basin is concerned, it was done by a PhD student who was working with me. So here you can see very high risk. So some of the regions are very high risk, and here this is a moderate risk, and this is again high risk. So very low. So that way, so that is what is the advantage of you develop. So this is for 100-year return period. Of course, when it is coming to 10-year return, minimum whatever required is 10-year return period. So if such a risk map is developed, advantage is that any kind of planning and development, so we can easily understand where there is any issue is there, and what kind of way we can manage that kind of issues. And then so such risk map, even nowadays insurance companies are using this, especially when they are going to insure a flat or a house which as a property insurance. They look into this kinds of risk map, and this risk map is very, very useful for the flood risk and mitigation and adaptation measures are concerned, especially in a major city like Mumbai, Nagpur, or any of the cities which we consider. So that way, now it is very, very essential to develop this kinds of risk map, and that will be very useful in the urban planning and management. So finally, you see that it is a flood is a disaster, and then we need to see that how we can look into if a flood situation happens. So disaster impact, how much it can happen. So how quick we can have the relief or response and recovery and rehabilitation, and then finally reconstruction. So that is now this is the cycle. Say for example, in a flood affected state like Kerala, Chennai, all those now last few years, this is now happening. Further development, then prevention, mitigation, and preparedness. So that is where we look for risk management. So it is just like a cycle, and then we need to again reassess. So there, these kinds of system like internet or internet-based system will be very useful for risk assessment. So as a disaster management cycle is concerned, and then especially cities like wherever recurring flood is taking place, we should have a center for disaster and flood management, and there they should be monitored continuously and further updated every year. And then just when you're talking about the smart city, we need to look into all those things, and then how quickly a message will be passed to the public. Say for example, if the meteor department say that today there is a possibility of heavy rainfall, so if that quantum is known, immediately you can run a model, and then you can come say that this particular area may be affected, and then how much is the possible depth of flood, and then immediately all the measures can be immediately put into use, and then we can go for the mitigation measures. So that is where the way we put in disaster management in case of flooding. So finally, to conclude, so here you see that if early warning system for network and all those things, if you can put it in an urbanized in a city, that is it will be very good, but it is quite expensive and also very difficult process. So mechanisms will create in the site and administrative agencies for disaster management is required. And then like terrestrial communication links which collapse. You see that major flood takes place, even electricity will not be there, even a mobile link will not be there. So that is the problem. So that is where terrestrial communication links which collapse in the event of a rapid onset disaster, we need to plan in advance. So vulnerability of critical infrastructure like power supply, communication, water supply, transport, etc., we need to take in advance. say we need to plan it properly, so that when you talk about smart city development, or when we talk about even existing cities, how we can do the flood management for a sustainable development in civil engineering terms, we need to look all this the vulnerability to critical infrastructure. Since the entire power goes, nothing can be done. If the mobile tower is all fallen, then we cannot have the communication. So that is why that kind of structures were to be established, and what kind of protection measures to be given. So that all we can get through this the risk assessment and risk management. And finally, the urban flooding, especially in coastal areas, are a major problem, as I already mentioned. And coastal-urban flood simulation, and there is a lot of challenges are there. Major challenging, many complexities are involved, as you have already seen earlier. So we need to look for integrated, physically based modeling approach is needed to capture spatial and temporal variation. So as I already mentioned, overland flow, channel flow, tidal flow, all those floodplain simulation, everything is happening. So we need to integrate together a model to be developed, and good database is required by the help of geospatial technique, and that way we can have an integrated say flood simulation model, and that these kinds of an integrated urban tool can be developed and then integrated within a web GIS environment, and this tool can be used to evaluate performance existing network for various scenarios. And then we can flood hazard maps, flood vulnerability maps, and flood risk map can be generated, and that will be can be directly utilized for civil engineering planning, design, and development, future development. Also existing such structures, how we can protect, how we can proceed further. So these kinds of studies, these kinds of advancements using web GIS system or a very sophisticated system can be utilized. And with this, I'm concluding my lecture here. So I hope that you all enjoyed this lecture with respect to this topic of innovations, the international conference on innovations and advancement in civil engineering is concerned. As I mentioned, it is not only we develop the structure or material, but we also need to see these kinds of disasters, and then also we need to do the appropriate planning and management for sustainable development. So with this, I am concluding my lecture here. I am thankful to Professor Watson George and his team for inviting me, giving me this opportunity to address all of you. Now I hope the conference will be highly successful in the coming 2-3 days, and I wish all the best to the conference organizers, participants, and I hope there will be fruitful discussions and innovations what is happening in civil engineering, which will lead to further innovations and motivate youngsters, especially young engineers, to come to the research or come to further development in this area. So with this, I am concluding here. Thank you very much. So if you have got any questions, I'll be happy to answer. So in the next few 10-15 minutes, I'll be available. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. A sustainable development is the need of all. Flood management is very much essential. The ease in explanation and understanding of topic is the essence of this keynote address. I thank you, Eldo sir, for this wonderful lecture. Now I request all the participants to please put your question in the chat box. Now chat box is open for discussion. All are requested to put your question in the chat box.
Okay, I think there are few.
Yes, sir. Some questions are there from participants. Sir, can I start with question?
Yes. You can start.
Yes, sir. So the first question we are taking here, the question asked by Daksh Kumar. In India, wetland is decreasing day by day because of development, yet no action is taken to stop the construction on the wetland. Is there is possibility to consider the flood tunnel for the city to avoid floods? So
flood tunnel is a new concept, but the flood tunnel, I hope it is tunnel, am I right? Flood tunnel. So flood tunnel is it's a new concept, but in a country like India, it is not sustainable since it is highly expensive and then in a complex systems. So we will not be able to sustain that kind of flood tunnel or that kind of system. Of course, wetland is coming down, so we need to go for vertical. I mean, so now you see that in a city like Mumbai or even Nagpur, all the cities, so much of slums are there. So we need to have appropriate planning so we can provide housing to all people by considering so that we get a lot of open space where even the detention ponds or lakes, all those things can be constructed and then we can manage. So flood tunnel is obviously an innovative idea, but it is not so economically sustainable to have a flood tunnel, all those kinds of things. But wetland protection is very, very essential. So I'm sure that Ministry of Environment is to take a number of actions in this regard, and further of course state-wise also various states have to take action in this. So flood tunnel is a good concept, but that is not going to stop these kinds of issues in a major way. Okay, next question, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So the next question is from Shubha Lakshmi. To use
So okay, I understood. I will read to use HHMS before going to HECRAS model. Yes, HHMS is actually, as I mentioned, there is two kinds of model. One is the hydrologic model and another one is hydraulic model. So HHMS is what we do the overland. As I mentioned, overland flow is there. The overland flow simulation is done using, or hydrologic simulation is done using HHMS. Obviously, you have to start with HHMS. And then you have to get to that overland flow coming to the channel or the river, and then HECRAS is actually doing the routing. So that is, if HECRAS is only required if it is just if you are taking the reservoir is some release is directly putting to the river and routing, then only HECRAS is required. But in a watershed scale or a river basin scale, on an urban scale, HHMS first you have to run it and then go for HECJAS or HECGEORAS. Okay, and what, any other question?
Thank you so much, sir, for...
One more question I can see today in our country, because we are reducing air surface and using concrete everywhere. So what is the changes? So as I already mentioned, yes, we need to go for we need to rethink the urban planning and development, since you see that many cities are developed on the front plains of the rivers. So we need to put to the natural systems, and we have to see that which area we can use for our developmental purposes, and then what kind of development. So these all those questions to be answered for the sustainable development. So that way we need to look into the what are the changes what can happen. And then of course this 100-year return period, all those things are required whenever we have a major development like an airport. So if we are going to design an airport, return period kind of analysis is required. Yeah, so that way we need to look into this. Is it any other question?
One more question is there, sir, from Kim Maske.
Yeah.
Most of our stormwater design standard adopted in India is having 1:100 return year. Can we advocate changes in standard looking towards the future?
This is not correct. Most of our stormwater designs are designed up to 5-year return or 10-year return period. Even many places it is even 2-year return period. No, but no way 100-year return period design is done. 100-year return period rain is if you do the designs for a city, it is that kind of drainage system is not possible. Only some localities wherever the important structures like a nuclear power plant or power plants or even the airport, in that region only we need to look into 100-year return period. But in normal cases, say most of the design urban drainage designs are done maximum up to 10-year or 20-year return period, not beyond that. Even in the cities like in Mumbai, earlier it was a 2-year return period. Now after 2006 to 2005 heavy rainfall, so now we are changed to even 10-year return period. So that kind of designs are only possible since 100-year return period, no city can have a drainage system. So that way it is not possible. But for important structures, yes, like airport or the power plants, all those things are very much we have to go for that kind of designs. And Professor Watson, George, how much percent of stormwater is optimally used? I think stormwater is not optimally used. That is a major problem since many times stormwater has a lot of pollutant also there. So directly utilization is very, very difficult. So that is now, but say if there is especially detention pond and that kind of structures are there, so then we can detain this flood and then slowly release and then also utilize that. But that kind of system, especially in a country like India, is not there. Especially major cities, absolutely we do not use the stormwater. So stormwater, of course, that we need to relook into that. We need to study in this further whether we can effectively utilize the stormwater for various needs and various, especially recharging the groundwater system. But the problem is that in urbanized area, pollutant will be there, and we need to look into that aspect also. Okay, so that is I think most of the questions I have answered. So if any other queries, you can even email me. Okay.
Sir, one more question is there.
Yeah, what is the question?
In the architectural context, how the design of flood-friendly model houses based on India traditional of architecture?
So traditional architecture, you see that whenever we develop, so as if you look at our traditions, if you take make a housing or make a building, generally the highest location, I mean, that will be designing, and then also the housing, of course, the plinth design, I mean, maximum height should be given, and then also the wherever the water is coming from the roof, whether it can be put in through pipelines and then taken to appropriate drainage systems. So that kind of, especially drainage aspect, and then also of course nowadays we are also talking in terms of rainwater harvesting, whether whatever the water is coming on your rooftop, how we can harvest it properly, and either for recharging the groundwater or use it, reuse for that purpose. So that also look into as far as architects are concerned. So that is what is we call it as rainwater harvesting measures, how we can implement, especially in cities. So that is also an important aspect. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope all the participants are satisfied with the question answer session. We are extremely thankful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and graced this day with your wonderful lecture. Participants, please fill up the feedback. The link is given in the chat box so that you can receive e-certificate on your registered mail ID. So we'll start our next keynote address by Dr. Philip Ermita at 11:15 sharp. So please be there. We'll shortly starting with the second, which is from the esteemed speaker from Philippines, Dr. Philip P. Ermita.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elder sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You have kindly graced us with your wonderful and knowledgeable words of wisdom. And thank you that you have consented to our request and be our keynote address speaker in our conference, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. We wish you all the success for this conference. It was a very nice occasion to be part.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
I welcome you all on the second keynote address. To continuing with the Feast of Learning experience, it's time to have now a second keynote address by the renowned esteemed speaker from Philippines, Dr. Philip P. Ermita. So let us welcome a person of distinction and eminence, Dr. Philip Ermita, by presenting a virtual floral bouquet. We welcome you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
I request Dr. B.S. Ruprai to introduce Dr. Philip Ermita to the gathering.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to one and all. On the behalf of K.D.K. College of Engineering, I, Dr. Balbir Singh Ruprai, take this opportunity to welcome you all for the International Conference on Advancement and Innovation in Civil Engineering, ICAICE 2021. Today's second keynote address on reimagining and rethinking engineering education, a key in technological innovation in engineering transformation, will be a promising and knowledge-gaining session. I am pleased and delighted to introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Philip P. Ermita. Sir, I welcome you. Presently, Sir is working as Professor and Dean, College of Engineering, University, Philippines. Sir has completed his PhD in Engineering Management from Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines, and have more than 15 years of industrial and teaching experience, and had also played vital role in administration and research work. He has credited himself with many publications in various reputed national and international journals and conferences. Last but not the least, as a UG/PG guide, Sir has enlightened many students and is associated with various professional bodies and organizations, with member, technical paper reviewer of many reputed journals. I hand over the session to Dr. Philip P. Ermita, sir, for delivering his keynote address. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Philip Ermita for his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Would you allow me to share my screen? I think I have no permission. Okay. So again, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
वेस्टर्न ठेवलंय काहीतरी हॅलोजन पार्टी सारखं ठेवायला पाहिजे. हॅलोविन पार्टी ठेवायला पाहिजे तुम्हाला.
I request all the participants to please mute your mic.
आजच वाटतं ना, हो ना, रोज बाहेर खाते ना, मग भूक नाही म्हणते.
Mute your mic.
थांबणार आहे का त्याची? नाही बाप्पा.
Okay, so again, good afternoon, everyone. So it's really a great privilege to be sharing with you with my talk for this afternoon. So my talk is entitled about how are we going to reimagine and think engineering education, specifically in this conference that we're talking about advancement or innovation in civil engineering. So how are we going to improve or do the advancement in civil engineering program? If the program itself, we can, on how we can do some innovation in its engineering program. Okay, so I do believe that we all know what is engineering is all about. So let me just reiterate that it came from the Latin word ingerare, which is to invent create, or regulate. So that means the civil engineering profession is our responsibility after we finish with that program for us to how are we going to help the community with the invention and the regularization or regulation on how are we going to do the practice such profession. Okay. Now, let me look back. Is engineering a priority program? Okay. Now we are all here because we want to share the output. We want to share the knowledge of what we had prepared, specifically on research. But in reality, in the world, civil engineering is one of the priority programs that not only here in the Philippines, but also worldwide, because we want to continue innovations, specifically in terms of constructions as we develop in both in rural and urban cities. Okay. Like the Vice Chancellor had talked about the needs of improvement to our concretes. No? So right now here in our program, we are actually developing how are we going to strengthen concretes, you know, with refer to our infrastructure. So right now our civil engineering program had continuously developing the method of this innovation of bacteria as a way to strengthen as a self-healing concrete. So later on, I'll discuss further on that. Okay, so looking back, engineering is a priority program. That this is a priority program that we need to push through with it. Okay. There are a lot of right now. There are a lot of scholarships, okay, given not only with local but even international. Okay. Specifically for here in the Philippines, we have three specific major areas for the civil engineering program. So we have structural engineering. We also have this transportation engineering, and we also have this specialization for water resources and geotechnical engineering. And right now, what's the most attractive right now because of the strategic location of the Philippines is we are in partnership with the Japan because of earthquake engineering is now away as a part of the structural engineering program. Okay. So giving an information to everyone, civil engineering is a priority program. And we talk about priority, it requires a lot of needs in terms of research and community extension services that we can contribute to our community or even in the country and globally. Okay. Is there a demand for engineers in this pandemic? Okay, as we all know, we are now on the 4.0, but there are already looking forward for the 5.0. But where are we now with in terms of pandemic, with the difficulty? Okay, so I tried to look back just to give information of everyone how engineers are working through this pandemic times. So last year, companies need to ensure that their IT infrastructure because of the remote working, okay, and engineers are implementing new work guidelines in relation to pandemic. Okay, so with that, how are we going to address professional work in this time of pandemic? So that means strong collaboration are needed. Okay, and you know, in these difficult times, I would like to thank and congratulations to the organizers of this conference because this is a good venue. This is a good example that we do collaboration. on how are we going to share our expertise, our knowledge to the world globally with this online platform. Okay. The need for speed. In civil engineering field, the speed of work is very crucial. Specifically in construction. But now, in these difficult times, there are a lot of additional protocols that we need to follow. Yet, the need for speed should be there. Okay, so it means that innovation in terms of how are we going to do some quick moves, okay, to make things easier and shorter. A good example is that when this coronavirus rose up last year, there's a lot of examples shown by China on how are they going to build hospital just a matter of 10 days. So those are already an innovations, considering its quality. Okay. The next one is, of course, there are things it will be difficult for work from home, but we are forced to do it. So again, creativity will follow on how are we going to deliver, not only a civil engineering program, but also to other engineering fields. Okay. And there's a survey that 18% of the respondents reported no impact on their efficiency. So that means they are proving that there's still an output even on the difficult times, okay, in delivering output. Okay. The new focus. Also, according to and my resource, so there will be an increase in demand for engineering in terms of treat diseases, okay, ventilators. So it may call on the needs for mechanical engineers or industrial engineers or even chemical engineers on how we're going to devise new solutions. Nevertheless, we are now on the transition end because of the arrival of these vaccines. Nevertheless, in the field of civil engineering, a new focus should be there. We should continue addressing the needs or the challenges that we have, okay, specifically on urban and rural planning. So I think that's one of the we can address specifically on transportation engineering, which also under the field of civil engineering. What are the top 5 skills that we need to consider after this post-COVID? It may somehow relate to the civil engineering field, okay? On how are we going to address this one? As a data analyst, okay, cloud computing, cybersecurity, digital marketing, and business analyst. Engineering can be really a noble profession wherein we can be diverted into different fields on how are we going to deliver our output in our own specific field. Okay, so business analysis and digital marketing can be a good source. Top 5 skills. Nevertheless, construction related will always be there because that is a need in our community. Okay. How are we going to reimagine and rethink engineering education, specifically for the civil engineering program? According to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in MIT in Boston, reports that it takes a worldwide look at the future of how engineers are trained. So engineers will address the complex societal challenges of the 21st century, wherein we need to build a new generations of machines, materials, and systems. And that coincides with the civil profession also. And because since we are talking about, we are now in the transition from Industry 4.0 to Industry 5.0. Where are we now in the first place? So targeting engineering education at the industries in the future that rather than the industries of the past. So that means we should be the industries of the future. Okay. We should initiate the trend. Okay. So among institutions, it's really a great challenge that we go beyond what is coming from the traditional. Okay. So some key challenges in the engineering education may happen in some cases higher education in the whole world. Okay, it includes aligning of the national government and higher education. So it may require us to for the global challenges. So means attaining what we call the program educational objectives may vary depending on the national and global requirements. Delivering student-centered learning to a large student cohorts. So we go beyond what is needed in the world. No? A very good example is the case of what we experienced pandemic. This is not just a problem of a country, but this is a global problem that everyone, specifically for engineers, are responsible on how we can contribute to solve this problem. Setting up a faculty appointment promotion systems then be better reward high quality teaching. So this is more focusing on how are we going to give credits also, not only for the students, but also with the academic teaching faculty or professors. Okay. So some trends that we have is the tilting of a global axis of engineering, education, and leadership. Okay. So it also involves on engineers can also be a leader as well. Okay. Because being a leader can also make an opportunity, okay, to be innovative enough on how are we going to provide national budgets for projects specifically on civil engineering profession. The second shift is towards programs that integrate student-centered learning with curriculum-oriented. Okay, so just to emphasize here is that yeah, civil engineering profession can still be improved with the outcomes of the students with its student-centered learning, meaning we focus more on the output and realization of their knowledge in the field of civil engineering. Okay, the third one is the emergence of new generation leaders. Okay, so like here in the Philippines, there are already a lot of engineering leaders, not only for the government, but also in the higher education, wherein I can observe that there's already a lot of transformation looking at in higher education. Okay, next slide. So some new engineering education transformation that we have now. So like renewable energy machines are developed because to combat climate change, okay, by designing and building green energy production, conversion, and transmission systems. Advanced material machines, okay, novel materials. No, in civil engineering, there's a lot of innovation now. So how are we going to intensify in looking at uh, raw materials that we use for constructions, for concrete? There's a lot of innovations. I seen in the program there's a lot of research done, okay, on how to strengthen concrete use in the infrastructures. Digital cities, okay, um, prepare, plan, and build cities of the future by immersing them in emerging intersections. Okay, so meaning engineering researches can be incorporated with other programs, so to a bigger impact. So like what we do here, the final output of the students can be in partnership with, for example, architecture and other programs to make a bigger impact of the output. Okay, living machines is to discover, build, and engineer living systems for broad applications in biotechnology and medical services. Okay, so in terms of higher education, how are we going to do some what do you call this, at par with the global standards? No, there are other accreditations wherein we can assess that our program is within the standards in the global curriculum. Okay, like what we call the ABET. Okay, ABET is Accreditation Board for Engineering Technology, wherein it provides assurance that a college or university program meets the quality standards of profession for which the program prepares the graduates. Okay, ABET is an organization that accredit accredit the programs, okay, not the institutions. Just take note of this. ABET is accrediting the program itself, but not with the institutions. So ABET provides specialized accreditation for post-secondary programs with degree granting institutions. So up to date, just for everyone's information, ABET has accredited 4,144 applied and natural science program, which includes computing, engineering technology programs with 812 colleges and universities in 32 countries in the worldwide. You can search on that with the abet.org website. Okay, so just again, ABET accreditation is not a ranking system. Okay, just to emphasize, it is a form of quality assurance on how are we going to ensure that a program complies with the standards with its technical profession. So normally in the ABET accreditation, everything is measured, from the course outcomes, from the student outcomes, and the program outcomes at the end of 3 to 5 years. Where are we? Where are our students now after 3 to 5 years? Is the target outcomes of our students were able to meet? No, were able to meet. Okay. ABET criteria also gives a review on teams based on their evaluations and
Hi, sir. Hi, sir. Sorry for the
Yes.
interruption, Dr. Philip. Actually,
Yes.
people are requesting to show the PPT in full screen mode.
Okay, sorry.
Go to slideshow.
Yeah. Okay.
Make F5, sir.
Is that okay now?
Yes, now it's better.
Turn it off and we
Yes,
go
yes.
up.
Okay, thank you. Sorry
That's
for that.
all. Thank you.
Yeah. For now, here in the Philippines, we are now starting to acquire those ABET accreditation just to ensure the standards of programs are applied. And looking at it, we were able to at least improve our delivery of providing civil engineering programs, specifically in measuring the outcomes of the students in the next 3 to 5 years after graduation. Okay, so ABET accredited worldwide, so like increasing since 2009. So these are some of the data, okay, from the global with the number of programs and outside the US. Okay. So some of the accredited programs here in the Philippines, from the Batangas State University, Mapua University. So we are starting to acquire that, and looking at it, it's a good measurement of how good we are in delivering engineering programs, okay, to our students. Okay. So there's also setting standard worldwide. So I attended this before with Thailand, and now they are moving towards also this, which is what we call the CDIO concept of delivery, wherein it's conceive, design, implement, and operate. This is actually a framework. Okay, it provides students with an education stressing engineering as a fundamental set in the context of CDO. Okay, CDO is initiative collaborators and have adopted this framework as a curricular planning and outcomes-based assessment. So outcomes-based, meaning we really strong push with the learning of the students with the outcomes. Okay, so the CDIO initiative was developed with the input coming from the academics, industry practitioners or engineers, and student, and was specifically designed as a template that can be adopted by any university that offers engineering schools. The CDIO is currently in use in university aerospace, physics, electrical engineering, and even in mechanical engineering departments. Okay. Okay. Some of the CDIO standards that we need to consider in, considered in under the CDIO framework. So we in the framework is the context. Okay, there are 12 text itself, the learning outcomes, the students, the integrated curriculum. Okay, introduction to engineering is really established. Okay, from the start to make things easier among students, the appreciation of the program, the design and implement experience. No, so meaning from the first or to second year level, they are the first year level they are focusing on the design, and because on the second year level they are now focusing on the implementation experience. Okay, so from the design to implement, for example, looking at it in a smaller scale, and under final year is the actual design development, and then before graduating it can be shared to the community, the target community. Okay, active learning should be there. No, a lot of OBE methodology that can be done. Okay, also with the enhancement of the faculty. Okay, involvement of training and development. So developing also of the faculty teaching competence. So that involves research output and trainings for the faculty. And one of the importance of the CDIO is the learning assessment. How we really assess? Okay, and of course with the program evaluation. So we're in, like also what I have said, where are the program the program outcomes were achieved after finishing the program. So is the program achieved on the first year, on the third year, or in the fifth year after graduation? Okay. So project-based e-learning, project-based learning in engineering education. So there are already some like the rocket project, no? As you can see, the rocket mission, that is already an example of some CDIO project-based learning in engineering education. So you just make and browse on the cdio.org, network. You can see the website. You can see some of its output on how this framework developed the students to good in their field of specialization. So technically, when I visited Thailand and not mistaken, Indonesia, they have already started this, and it based on their assessment, it provides a good impact to engineering students output. Okay, specifically on research. Okay, so some participating schools or higher educations in the world are already 115 that joins the CDIO transformation. So this is what I'm telling you guys, that this is on the transformation of engineering education because of a framework. That means more students are challenged to develop or to achieve that outcomes that is strongly needed in the community and in the country itself. Okay. So some concluding remarks related to CDIO. So the CDIO approach provides a reference model for engineering education where professional practice and innovation is focused. Okay, the CDIO approach is codified in the CDIO syllabus and standards. Okay, which includes the elements of each courses. Okay, CDIO is an open endeavor. Okay, wherein specifically for engineering. So even because there are already some countries like in the Korea that already practice this framework for engineering. Okay, and because as I observed, the leaders of that some schools are engineers also. So they are trying to transform. Okay. So again, you can visit the website for some approaches to furthermore know about this framework of CDIO. Okay, so in the Philippines, we are now also practicing what we call spearheaded by the Philippine Technological Council, which was formed in 1978. Okay. And it's a non-stock profit organization, non-profit and non-stock under Securities of Exchange, wherein it is also an umbrella of the right now of under the CHED, Commissioning on Higher Education, which offered higher education in the country in accordance to Washington Accord. Okay. So some of the framework for specifically for engineering education, wherein some of its inputs are the needs of the community, student enrollment, and its resources. Okay, as we measured with the graduate attributes, okay, with the program objectives and student outcomes. Then we go back to assess and consider as an input. So actually, it's the framework is actually a cycle, okay, wherein how we can continuously improve engineering education delivery in the country. So this is what we normally follow with engineering education. So in terms of the OPE flowchart, so we have this incorporated what we call the CQI, or the continuous quality improvement, on how we can do the assessment cycle. So from the program educational objectives with the mission vision, we try to analyze it. Is there a need for improvement in the curriculum or with the offering? Is the attainment of the PEO are done for how many years? So how are we can continuously improve considering the different stakeholders? Okay. So in this accreditation for engineering, so this PTC accreditation is actually for engineering program alone. So this is how we are measured in terms of 9 criteria. So how are the program educational objectives are attained in terms of the student outcomes, students, faculty, curriculum, the facilities and the learning environment, extension services, and the continuous quality improvement cycle that we do. Okay. So again, let me end that reimagining and rethinking engineering education. It's also a way on how we can produce, make a brighter future to all our engineering graduates, specifically for civil engineering. Okay. So at its heart, engineering is about science to find. It's a creative, practical solutions. Well, at the end, engineering is a noble profession. So again, thank you very much. Hope you learned something in my talk, and I wish everyone to be safe, and let's continue innovating ourselves, specifically in the field of engineering, civil engineering, for the betterment of our own country and globally. Again, once again, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, sir. Priority engineering speed of activity is essential. Reimagining and rethinking out of box is required to get into innovative activities. Thank you, sir, for touching the aspect post-pandemic duration. We may need to go extra mile in keeping outslaved, safe, and healthy. Thank you so much for your wonderful lecture, sir. I request all the participants to please your question in chat box. Sir, we can see here a very appreciative note for your lecture in the chat box, sir.
Are there any questions?
Madam, please see if there is any question there in the chat box.
Hope there will be questions. Okay. Hope my lecture on engineering transformation is clear to everyone, and hopefully this is a challenge among engineering higher educations on how we can continuously improve providing engineering programs, specifically civil engineering.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Philip, sir.
sorry for interruption.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Welcome,
sir.
sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
It's wonderful that you have consented to our request and you are a part of this conference, sir.
Yeah, it's a
It is
great
nice
privilege,
that
sir.
we could listen
Yeah.
to you, sir, and I take a privilege to once again listen to you sometimes later on in any other similar programs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's wonderful, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam,
Welcome.
madam,
Thank you. Welcome.
yeah, madam, please carry on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Link is given here. Please fill it up. Once again, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Tia Eldo and Dr. Philip Ermita, our esteemed speaker, who showered us with the pearls of wisdom and knowledge. We are truly humbled by your presence, sir. Special recognition to all the audience who remain patient throughout. Once again, I would like to thank all the participants and of course our speakers, Dr. Philip Ermita. I request all the participants to please fill the feedback link. It is given in the chat box. We'll start the paper presentation session soon. We will have here 2 parallel sessions. The list of papers in the respective session is already circulated. I request all the participants to open pop-up notification coming on their device, where you can see the breakout room, and you can see there the 2 options like day 1 session 1 and day 1 session 2. You have been intimated about respective sessions, so kindly join in that respective sessions. All the participants, please join through that notification to your respective sessions. Today we have chair of session Dr. Putul Haldar from IIT Ropar and Dr. A.M. Badr from KDKC for session 1. Also, we have chair of the session Dr. Indubhushan Patnaikuni from Australia and Dr. A.I. Dhatrak from Government College of Engineering, Amravati for session 2. I once again request all the participants to please join their respective sessions. I wish all the very best for all the participants. And now I hand over the sessions to the respective moderators. Thank you so much.
We will sharply begin at
We'll start the
2:15 because we had given the time as we'll begin with at 2:15. There is another break for another 15 minutes.
Yes, all the participants please join at 2:15 sharp.
एक मिनट है ना
Hello, Varghese sir.
Hello. Yeah, this breakout room is there. You please join respective room. Day 1 session 1 or day 2 day 1 session 2.
Yes.
Clear आवाज है sir. Clearly
Varghese sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, my voice is clear?
Very clear, very clear. It's good.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, madam. Varghese sir?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Myself, Nitin Kamble.
Right, sir.
Very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon. Sir, from Aurangabad?
No, I am from Sangli, Maharashtra. Walchand College of Engineering, Sangli.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Yes, sir. I got you. I saw your paper.
You have given me time at 2:30.
Right, sir.
I am ready.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. So we will begin at 2:15, sir. So we are running.
No, your voice is breaking. Your voice is not coming.
The call was there.
Yes,
Sir,
yes.
We are running, sir, 15 minutes ahead of our scheduled time.
Yes.
So that's why the session was to begin at 2:30. Now we intend to start at 2:15.
Okay.
Let us hope that whosoever remains at that time, we will take.
Okay. I am ready, sir.
सर आपका कौन से रूम में है सर? सेशन 1 में है, सेशन 2 में?
It's me, Nitin Kamble.
Sir.
At 2:30.
In session 1, na sir?
Session 1.
Sir. Sir. We will join at 2:15, sir.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Professor Varghese.
Yes, sir.
There are 17 papers here, 17 presentations. That
Right,
means
sir, right.
each person will get 5 minutes, right?
As such, out of that 17, perhaps 11 are getting presented, it seems.
Only 11, I see.
Yeah.
Then maybe we can give them 7 minutes each.
7 to 10 minutes. Some paper may cut short their presentation time. No?
Yeah.
So in the
But unless we are specific,
sir,
they keep on, dragging.
Sir, during the end hours, perhaps you can reduce the time then.
Okay. Okay, so I will say that 7 minutes, but if somebody goes 1 or 2 minutes extra, that should be okay,
Okay, that may also work out.
But we may go beyond that time,
7 minutes, you say, sir?
Yeah, 7 minutes. 11 times 7 is 77 minutes. In between, you have got 1 minute gap or something like that. So, that comes to 88 minutes.
Sir, as such, we have kept 1.5 hours for the
1.5 hours, that was 90 minutes.
90 minutes.
So, yeah, so if we keep
Because
7 minutes.
Sir, because there is no other activity after this session. Session is the end of the day. So even if it extends by another 5 to 10 minutes, doesn't make.
Yeah, that's okay. So
right,
what I'm suggesting is, if we say 7 minutes each speaker,
right,
and change over 1 minute in between, so that will give us 88 minutes. That means nearly 90 minutes. But some may go beyond 1 or 2 minutes extra.
Okay.
So
Okay, we'll do, sir. We'll do.
Okay.
We'll do, sir. Right, sir.
इथं बघ ना काय झालेलं काय समजून नाही राहिलं हा इथं आहे
164.
Haldar madam, please join in session 1 in the breakout room. Ranjan hello Ranjan.
Yes.
In some device, the breakout room is not seen.
So, sir, I can check it like in all devices it's showing also. Now, which devices are you using? A laptop or?
Session 2, yes, session 2, Mahendra Umre, you add it and send the notification.
Okay, Mahendra?
Umre.
So, Mahendra Umre should be join in session 2, right?
Right.
Okay, I'll make it. So
Sir,
now,
Patnagiri sir, you please join sir session 2, sir.
So he joined in session 2.
Session 2.
Mahendra Umre.
Session 2, I got 20 now, okay.
Sir, you are joined there in the session 2, sir.
How do we join session 2?
Sir, breakout room, can you see their breakout room?
Yeah, I got into the breakout room. So session 2.
There you click it on it to it, sir. There session 2 comes.
Click on that one.
When you click it, session 1 and session 2 are written. You please join on session 2.
Session 2.
Right,
session
sir.
2. Yeah, I got session 2.
Right, sir.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. I'll help you out. I'll assign to session 2. Just give me the control.
Okay, thanks.
Host disabled attendee. Make Umre as co-host also. Ranjan.
Okay.
He's a moderator.
Okay.
And Swapnil Satone also co-host. He is also a moderator. Ashish.
Hello. Ha, bola.
Yeah. All the participants are requested to kindly join session 1 or session 2 as per the paper presentations.
So,
Please
sir,
join
ask
session
Mahendra sir to come into the main session. Then I will assign as a co-host. Then I will move it to session 2.
Okay.
Because I have already assigned to session 2. I'm unable to make.
You can invite the host to breakout room for the assistance. Ask for help. The host has been invited. Christopher कर रहे हैं ये main session में हाँ सर
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Varghese sir.
हाँ नमस्कार सर दात्रक सर.
हाँ सर नमस्ते सर नमस्ते.
सर आप सर सेकंड ये ब्रेकआउट रूम आपको दिख रहा होगा ना स्क्रीन पे सर. उसमें सेशन 2 ज्वाइन करिए. प्लीज ज्वाइन सेशन 2. पटनायक सर भी
ज्वाइन
सेशन 2.
Okay sir, session 2 join.
हाँ sir. So your all presentations will come there in the session 2 only. All the presentation, all the attendees, participants, please select session 1 or session 2. Ranjan.
Yes sir.
ये मेन सेशन में तो 150 लोग दिख रहे हैं.
जी सर वो लोग ज्वाइन नहीं किए हैं.
हाँ तो उनको सेशन में शिफ्ट कर दो ना उनको.
सेशन में शिफ्ट कर दोगे. ओके सर.
जी जी जी. सेशन में शिफ्ट कर दो.
में कुछ लोगों को सेशन 2 में राइट.
जी 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 हाँ कर दीजिए ना. सर कामले सर आप सेशन 1 सिलेक्ट कर लीजिए ना सर.
हाँ किधर से करने का सर ये.
सर वो उधर वो ब्रेकआउट रूम करके आपके स्क्रीन पे दिख रहा है.
1 मिनट सर. 1 मिनट सर.
हाँ
ब्रेकआउट रूम दिखा सर आपको.
पता नहीं किधर होता है.
नहीं ऊपर ही स्क्रीन के ऊपर ही दिख रहा होगा ना.
1 minute sir. Let me give the access. I'll assign.
Please you do from your side.
Yes yes.
रंजन ये कामले सर को सेशन 1 में ऐड कर दो.
हाँ
सेशन 1 में. ओके एडेड. ओके सर. और किसी को सर सेशन 1 में सेशन 2 में अभी भेजना है कि रैंडमली में सेशन 1.
हाँ आप कर दीजिए. then they have the liberty to move from session 1
yes 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 they can have the liberty to go.
आप उसको
they can switch.
तो आप उसको 50-50 करके स्विच आउट कर दीजिए.
ओके सर.
Excuse me.
हाँ.
My name is not also in session 1. नितिन ठाकरे.
हाँ तो आपका कौन सी इसमें है.
सेशन 1 में है सर मेरा.
सेशन 1 में है क्या.
या
अच्छा ये नितिन ठाकरे को रंजन वो सेशन 1 में कर दो.
ओके.
पर वो ब्रेकआउट रूम क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है सबको. मेरे इसमें तो दिख रहा है.
सबको दिख रहा होगा.
Yes, I can see the breakout rooms.
हाँ तो आपको दिख रहा हो तो आप उसमें वो ब्रेकआउट रूम में क्लिक करो और सेशन 1 में ज्वाइन कर लो. ऑटोमेटिकली you will join.
So नितिन ठाकरे सेशन 1 और सेशन 2.
1
okay. Moved.
मेन सेशन में आ जाओ. हाँ ना तो लीव करना पड़ेगा. जनरल लीव कर देना. हे तुमचा आहे का रूम. तो एक इकडे खंडेलवाल. Ranjan, make Umre co-host.
Sir, Ask Mahendra sir to come to leave from the breakout row. Come
he
to
is
the main
already
session.
No, he's in the main session only.
Main session, na? Okay, sir.
Satone also make co-host. They are the moderators.
Okay, I made Mahendra Umar sir, Satone sir. Okay, sir. Okay, I made. Any other
sir,
one?
Patnaikuni sir, Dhatrak sir, Haldar madam, and Badar sir.
Sir, okay, sir. One by one, sir. Can you tell me, sir?
Patnaikuni sir.
Patnaikuni sir, already they have moved to breakout session.
Yeah. Haldar madam, I could not see. Haldar madam has come.
Mr. Ganjan.
Yes, sir.
I am not getting breakout room display. I am Mahendra Umre.
Your name?
Mahendra Umre. I am supposed to be in session 2.
Okay, Mahendra. Your
yeah,
name is. Your name is Mahendra Umre, right?
Yeah. Moderator of session 2.
Moderator of session 2. So now just a second. I am assigning to session 2. Okay.
Okay, and then make me co-host also.
Okay. Already made, I think.
Okay.
Already made. Mahendra Umre. Okay, 1 minute. Okay. Okay, so I am moving to session 2. Okay. So I made the co-host, so you can have the access. I'm moving to your session. Thank you. Badar sir, also I made you as a co-host.
हाँ सर, हाँ ज्वाइन हो गया ना मैं।
रंजन आए क्या? Ranjan, are you there?
Yes, yes, sir. So what to do, sir? Tell me, sir.
हाँ, एक तो मेरे को होस्ट बना दो और ये जो इसमें बहुत से 20-22 लोग दिख रहे हैं, इसको उसमें डाल दो ना।
होस्ट हो गया।
हाँ, और इसमें इनको सबको है ना एक-एक दो-दो सेशन में डाल दीजिए।
Any specific, sir? इसको कौन से सेशन में?
नहीं, डाल दो 50 इधर डाल दो, 50 उधर डाल दो। ठीक है?
Okay, sir.
Now I am moving out to the breakout room है।
Okay, sir.
तो वहां पे फिर अपना कन्वर्सेशन नहीं होगा फिर अभी।
Okay, sir.
ठीक है.
Thank you. Bear with me. Kuldeep, any difficulties you are facing? Like you want to join session 1 or session 2? Kuldeep, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Any like wants to go to session 1 or session 2? Let me know. I will assign to session 1 or session.
Yes, sir.
So where he wants to go? Session 1 or session 2?
Session 1, sir.
Sorry?
Session 1.
Session 1, okay.
Uh,